And hello again. This is second attempt to start stream 381. I'm going to see if I have quality options. I do. Great. All right. Phew. Yeah, uptime label's missing. Thank you, newbie. Hold on. That app isn't even running because I just completely forgot to start it, I think. Now it's running. And now it's started. Hopefully we have a timer now. Too many windows I'm juggling. My bot is missing. Uh-oh. Interesting. My bot is missing. There are a couple things that could have gone wrong. Interesting, it says negative. Maybe I need to revoke and get it again. Hold on, let me bring this off screen. Huh. I think we're having trouble with the cluster. Because I'm also seeing that all the tile sets are missing. Let me tell it to do a snapshot. Let's see. See what it says. Oh, yeah, one of the servers is toast. Interesting. Control C. Sorry, I can't read chat right now. Let me get the servers back up and running. Hey there, Dragoneer. Hi. And Toulouse, hi. Yeah, the game's there, but the bot's broken right now. I'm trying to bring the bot and the entire game are crashed at some point. Which, in a weird way, where two of the servers were still running, but another was not, and there was no detection of it. Which is really strange to me. Oh, I'm being raided by Mr. Halsey. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I'm just getting my my game back up and running. Okay, yeah, I need to get, the bot needs to get another, oh, someone got banned. Authentication timeout. For 60 seconds, whoever that was. Yeah, don't try to connect to the game yet. Get a code. Alright, I got an OAuth token. Cool. And the tile sets are back, which is nice. But someone got IP banned for 60 seconds. For an authentication timeout, yeah. I wonder if I should loosen or not allow logins while the server is starting up like that. Interesting. Hey there, Gadam. All right, so I needed to give a point to Nui. Let me do that again. Let me see. So the token shouldn't expire because it should auto refresh, but the problem is I need to go back in the logs. The server that I think was the leader of the cluster stopped working, but the other servers didn't raise a election timeout for some reason. Does that mean the server was partially running? Maybe one of its threads was stuck and not the others? Possibly. It's very interesting. The other thing I noticed is that when I went to tile sets, it was all missing. All the tile sets were missing, and it was all black, but I was able to get to the cluster status screen where everything seemed to be working. So there's someone connected. Who is it? It's A squared. A squared is connected. Scroll down in chat. Why would a timeout warrant an IP ban? It's just a deterrent against denial of service. There shouldn't be an authentication timeout. The normal operation is the front-end client should only connect to the servers when it's ready to authenticate already. And so a timeout should only really happen if someone tries to connect to my backend servers without using my front-end client, like they're trying to hack in with their own client. And then if it doesn't look like the actual front end of the game, if it looks suspicious, it'll refuse to talk to that IP address for an exponentially increasing time every time. So first is 60 seconds, then 2 minutes, then 4, or something like that. Just to mitigate the denial of service. But it shouldn't activate normally on a real client. So if it did just now, it's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say if it was a real client or not. If it was a real client and it activated, then that's a bug on my side. Does it come down eventually? It's I'm not dropping frames. Does the ban time come down eventually? Yes. It resets when it expires. If actually no, there's a probationary period where you're let back in, but if you get another ban, then it doubles. But if then there is no error within the probationary period, then it resets completely. So that's that. I put that in there on purpose, that if there is an accidental IP ban, then if you just wait a few minutes and then try again, it should work again. But yeah, it's like maybe I ought to disable that ban thing if it's activating incorrectly. Hey there, CloudHawk. So I'm going to disconnect from the backend because it seems to be up and running again. It was running for a long time, like several days, without being me even touching it. So I don't know. I have to say hi to A Squared, looks like. Mr. Halsey and Cat Besant. Thank you again, Mr. Halsey, for the raid. I appreciate that very much. All right, now that I've gotten past the problem with my servers being broken, today's work is going to be in migrating parts of my game's database. I'm down to 5 components, each of which is going to be multiple database tables. So these are the 5 left. Probably get to 1 or 2 today, maybe more. Depends on how much chat interaction there is and how many other problems I run into, or frankly how much I can tolerate with the database stuff, because it's sort of grueling work. You may have experienced that problem one time you're working directly talking to the server ages ago. Yeah, if you don't authenticate in time, it gets suspicious of you. That's the best way of describing it. When my servers are suspicious of you, they refuse to talk to you for a minute or 2. That wasn't your front end, so I guess it wasn't working. Yeah, it's hard for me to say who was. It wasn't my IP address; it's someone else's. So I don't know. Who knows? It could have been that my servers were acting up because someone was trying to hack in, and maybe the thing did the right thing to IP ban it for a minute. I don't know. I'd have to get more logs and stuff and look into it. Hey, there's someone who's logged in through Twitch. Someone unmask. Cool. Well, no damage to the data, at least. I mean, when you encountered a while back, you wasn't right. Yeah, but so it maybe acted correctly back then, but I don't know about if it's doing the right thing now. It would be an extraordinary coincidence for me to be looking at the log right when someone is trying to hack in with a different client, you know? I guess it's possible. I think it more likely that since the servers were starting up, that the authentication timeout happened because the servers were too slow to send a response. And then another thread, the timer kicked in and said, oh, this hasn't been resolved yet by the timeout. And then said, okay, well, we'll have to disconnect them. That's, I think, a more likely story. A likely story, as my mom would say. All right. Sewers beneath the town. How are things going down here? I think it's like A Squared is farming things again. Whoa, you got a lot of fireworks, my friend. Should I increase the gold stack so you can carry more? There. Now you can carry 100,000 gold, not just 1,000. You're hoarding them. I see. Well, what if I just let you hold 20 at once there, and then I combine the stacks? There you go. I save you a slot. All right, I can do these things because I am the GM of the game. I could say that, you know, a magical event happened and your bag of holding increased in storage capacity. Okay. What am I working on today? I am migrating one of these tables. I guess it doesn't really matter which one I pick. They're all going to be kind of horrendous. I think I said I was going to do the quest table. Migrating game quest templates from JSON to SQLite. Yes, game quest templates. All right, let me get a copy of the game snapshot. New file. Call it JSON. I put it into a new file because if I'm running the test environment, which I don't think I am, but if I was, it rewrites that file every minute or so and would disrupt my buffer. All right, so the quests look like this. So the reason why these are going to be complicated to port to SQLite is that they have nested objects in them. So the main part of the quest template is straightforward. There's a string, there's a number, there's another couple strings, there's another string. The difficult part is in the rewards, specifically the item rewards. They are nested several levels deep. Chat is scrolling when attacking bug seems to have reappeared. I don't think it ever truly went away. That's one of those persistent bugs which indicates a design flaw in the code. That and the death dialogue not being dismissible are two reoccurring bugs, I think, that are kind of pointing to a design flaw in the game. I think the chat scrolling when attacking has to do with just my misunderstanding of how overflow works in HTML, CSS, in combined with the focus and the keyboard shortcuts. The top bar went off the screen vertically. How did that happen? Oh, this bar here? That, I don't know how that can happen. If you manage to, somehow you manage to scroll this somehow? Recording a screen with 700 vertical pixels. Yeah, so there's not a whole lot of work gone in to make sure the game looks right at all for a small display. Yeah, I don't know. I still need to look into that. Let's move to the starter town where there's no combat sounds. You talk to the quest giver. So the quest giver might have put HTML elements in here for buttons. I wonder if that might have... Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on with the way I wrote the HTML CSS for this area of the screen, and especially if it's a small display. Yeah. So I need to think about how the nested objects here can be encoded into a table. Maybe the way I'll do this is I will be trying to construct the schema here in the test fixture. So this is quest, right? Let's see where word quest fit. QR. So maybe right here, right? Why am I typing it when I can just copy it? I don't know. Let's just copy it. Okay, quest. All right, so what do we have in a quest? Let's do the easy stuff first. We have description, which is a text. Then we have goal, which is an integer. We have key, which is a text. Progress. And that, yeah, that's a template, yeah. I was thinking that should be called progress template, but this whole thing is a template. Title, text. Okay, so those are the things that fit nicely into a top-level table for a quest, right? The things that don't... The experience we could push into the top-level table, right? If I said initial rewards XP, then that could be an integer, right? And then I could then also add recurring rewards XP. But for item, the problem is that there are multiple columns, and the which columns we have depends on the kind of item, actually. Actually, not necessarily. It follows the item table. Where's the item table? It kind of looks like that. So if I maybe take that table and I go down to quest and make another one, and I say, let's say that this is a quest reward item. This would no longer be a primary key, would it? Because I might have multiple items, right? Let's say that this is no longer a primary key, but this goes with quest. I think I need a way to distinguish the initial reward from the recurring reward, so let's make a column for that. Reward. I'm tempted to use a text that is either the string initial or recurring, but I could also just use an enum or an integer. So that could be, this could be 0 and this could be 1. You know, it doesn't really matter. Let's just use text, just because I can. Database will be okay with that, right? I already have the word initial and recurring in the JSON, so I'm just adding that again into SQL. SQL. I keep flip-flopping between SQL and SQL, by the way. All right. So then we don't have despawn time in the template because that doesn't make sense. We do have all these other things, right? Okay, not only do I have an item, I also need a tile. So I need to incorporate the elements of the tile table as well. At least some of them. So let's pull those in. Because why not, right? Okay, so we probably don't need access. That really only makes sense to tiles that are in the world somewhere. Direction also doesn't make sense, so neither does health bar. So then it's just tile ID, tileset ID. That works, right? I keep doing Alt Tab, and I should do Control Tab. That will fit all of this information. Maybe that's good enough. So then they're really just two tables for now. And if I make the reward system more complicated, then I could just modify this schema. But this should fit the data as we have now, right? So for every quest, we'd have one quest row and two quest reward item rows. And the entity would always be the quest, but the reward would be different. It'd be either initial or recurring. Okay, so there's my novice attempt to write the SQL schema for that. You guys tell me if you think it's good or bad. I'm just gonna roll with it right now. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, so if that's our schema, then let me make some tests for that. Looks great. Oh, thank you, A squared. It helps to have some feedback. Goddamn's indifferent. You have no clue. So Goddam, were you here yesterday? I kind of gave a sneak peek at the socket videos. I went over my slides. If you're interested, you might want to look at the VOD. Let me know what you think about the slides. Because I'm getting ready. I'm almost done with the code for the tutorial, so I'm ready to start recording. Oh no. Fighting an infection. I'm sorry to hear that. Feels bad, man. How come I can't type in Twitch today? I don't know. Feels bad, man. I hope you get better soon. Fight off that infection. Oh, Cloudhawk said you should do a quest rewards table that references the item table. So if you update an item in the main table, then you don't need to update the rewards item table. Right, so that's what this is for. I didn't want to use the main item table because these are tied to item entities and not quest entities. And it's a primary key, so there can only be one entity reference in an item. So these are like items that actually exist in the game. Whereas these are really templates because you might do the quest more than once, or more than one player might do the same quest. And so these are used to create new items. Every time someone completes a quest, a new item will be created based off of these. Basically, we're going to create a row in the items table based on the columns in the quest reward item table with a new entity ID. This entity ID is how we link it to the quest. That's the foreign key. And if I knew more about SQL, I'd probably say something like foreign key quest, but I don't know what the syntax is. It's not really that important right now, just to get it functional. I'll probably add that later. Make the torch interactable to turn on and off. Would be a good way to make sure that light changes happen. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. In fact, there is a secret quest line I already have envisioned that involves that. A squared. It's not a dumb idea. In fact, it is actually one of the only pieces of content in my head, a content idea that I have in my head. Yeah. Should I reveal what it is? How many people are watching? Only 20. I guess I can reveal it to you guys. So, the piece of content I'm envisioning is a quest line, which is, you don't want me to reveal it? No spoilers? Keep it secret? Okay. I'll keep it secret. You know what I could do? I could have in Discord a channel which is marked content spoilers, and people who don't really care about content or actually want to add content could go in there, but everyone else can keep out. Get enough spoilers that is from watching the development? Yeah. Can eventually make chatting with other players a thing. That already is in there. So if you're playing the game, you can chat with other players. There's even whispering. So hold on, let me do this. New window. I'm going to log into the game. Show you what that looks like. It's maybe not obvious in the user interface how to do it. But see, we have... we are playing, right? Dragoneer. I can just say chat whisper to drag. I had to actually spell it correctly, which is a problem. Hello. And it actually sends you a whisper in game. I can also say chat hello all players. And it shows up there. And A squared is actually talking in game. So we have the in-game chatting. Yeah, there's whispering. It's just not obvious. It's like in Twitch where you have to do /W. So but there's no auto completion. It's sort of, you know, it's very rudimentary right now. I have to actually type your name correctly. I say hi. Yeah. Hey there, Stryhex. How are you doing today? So, like almost everything else in the game, there's functionality in game to chat with other players, but right now it's very rudimentary. If someone's name shows up in chat, you can right-click them and say whisper, and then it pre-fills the line for you. And look at that, I got a whisper from Dragoneer. So I can right-click you. I can also ignore you or report you. But yeah, that's in there. But yeah, I haven't done tab completion or anything like that. Yeah, so if the right click was important to me for reporting, if someone starts saying like naughty words, you can right click them and say report, and it generates an in-game ticket pre-filled to say like you're reporting a certain player for inappropriate behavior or whatever. Also, it'd be nice to have some sort of UI. Exactly, A squared. I just don't have the experience in making UIs to make it nice. So probably viewers will help me guide me to the right direction on how to make that more user-friendly, but right now it's very rudimentary. What happen if you report me? Can I report myself to demonstrate that? No. Go ahead and report me. I can report you. I can show you what it does. It just pre-fills a report player bug ticket, and it just goes back to me as the admin of the game. It records the message ID, which I can use in the back-end logs to find the original chat message and the nearest chat messages. So I could see if what they said actually was reportable. If it was offensive or broke TOS or anything. Yeah, and there's the content of the one message that you right-clicked on. So if the message you right-clicked on had some inappropriate content, it would show up in here, and then I'd be like, okay, well, it looks like they need to time them out from the game or something. Yeah, you could report me too. You could. Sent a test report? Okay. Let's see what you sent. I need to work on this part too. The sorting isn't right. Okay, yeah. I got 2 reports. I was reported because I told you to. Yes, I did. Thanks for testing. Add a note, and then I'm going to close it, and I'll give you a point because you helped me test it. Thank you very much. And then so did A squared. This is a test report to demonstrate on screen. There we go. Thank you very much. That Raimu8354 guy needs to be banned, obviously. Add note, close. And I give a squared a point. Thank you for helping me test it. Might want to lock them as well. That's okay. I lock them if I don't want people to add notes. Usually that's when like there's no point to add a note. But here there might be a point where you might say, "You're welcome," or you might say, "No, I really mean it. I need that Rhymo8354 guy banned," you know. The closed tickets don't count towards your ticket budget. I would probably lock it if someone were to get carried away with the notes, though, you know. I think I also didn't I place a limit on the number of notes you could attach to a ticket? I might have. There are multiple ways you could abuse the system, and I try to prevent that. All right. Back to questing. Hey there, Wobat. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? Oh, thank you, Dragoneer. I'm trying to make it more and more cool. Actually, I'm trying to work towards having the engine complete enough where I can use it as a base for putting content in. And I still need to do things like this, right? Until I have the data in a database, the game is going to be slow to save and load its data, and it's just going to get in the way. So if I added content now, it would just bog the server down until I make it fast with database. So that's one reason why you see me like not actually adding content to the game is I don't feel it's ready. Then again, I tend to be more perfectionistic, so it's arguable. I could maybe start adding some content. Oh, look at this. Gadam is giving a gifted sub to Dragoneer. Thank you for the gifted sub, Gadam. Very nice of you. All right. Did you notice Gadam's got that nifty first badge? Gadam's been here for so long. Very, very early supporter. It's one of the first subs on the channel. All right. And it's because of Gadam. Gadam is sort of like my sponsor in making the new YouTube videos I'm been working on as a side project that I talked about yesterday for the socket tutorials. So let me know, Gadam. It's you have a heavy influence on the direction of those videos. If you take a look at those VODs when you have a moment, and if there's something you really don't like about some of the slides, just let me know. And that actually goes for everybody, but I think Gadam's voice counts for more because Gadam's been very generous in the channel. Also trying to find the material so far. Okay. Do you code only C++? No, I also write in JavaScript and Lua and Python. So the front-end client that you use to play the game is all in JavaScript. So I use React, Redux, and Phaser. I think I have a command for this, right? Engine? Right. The back end of the game is mostly C++, but I do have some Lua scripts. Do you see how the NPCs are kind of wandering around? They are running a Lua script to do that. And that is, I think it's called the wander script. NPC wander. So here are the different directions that an NPC can wander in. This is a game system, so it activates only when the NPC's next wander time arrives. They pick a random direction, and using that direction, they find their destination, and then they attempt to move to that destination. And they will then put their next wander time on cooldown, so to speak. So they take the they take the current time and add some random number between minimum and maximum, and that becomes their new wander time. So this is all in Lua, and reason why I use Lua is it's really easy to change things without having to rebuild the server. You don't know where the slides are located? Okay, they're in yesterday's VOD. I can send you a link later to the timestamps that are relevant. It was like, I don't know, maybe half an hour into the yesterday's stream. So I can do that for you later, Gadam. I can find the right timestamps and then DM you. So what am I doing? I should just put this into the to-do. This makes more sense to me. Find where I previewed for chat the slides for the upcoming YouTube video on sockets in C++ and send the timestamps and URL to Gadam. Maybe I'll put it in, maybe put in Discord as well. Yeah. They're not publicly available yet, but they will be. I would like to kind of finalize them first because they're going to go into a YouTube video I'm making. So actually, I might not have even thought to make them public. So let me give you points, Trihex. I should remember to do that because I've done that in the past when I give presentations. I usually make the slides available to people to either look at while they're watching the video or after watching the video if they want it for reference. So make sockets in C++ video slides available publicly. Publicly is spelled like that, right? Publicly once the video is published. Yeah, yeah. But right now you can get a sneak peek if you look at the last VOD. So yesterday's VOD. I just don't remember where in the VOD I was. The Minesweeper note, there's so many different clones, they don't think you'd have problems with IP. Yeah, someone told me about that too. That was up here somewhere, right? Yeah, right here. Let's attach your note to it as well. I am not worried about that right now. That's why I keep it up. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, do I have a... I don't know if I have a command for it, but I made a Minesweeper clone on stream, partially on stream, a while back. Mostly from my dad, who really enjoyed playing my Minesweeper clone I made like 20-something years ago. And it was for DOS, so it was really hard to run nowadays, and so I basically ported it or rewrote it in React and published it online there. And I like it because it's sort of nostalgic for me because it's one of the earliest programs that I still had part of the source code for. It's literally from the last millennium, and it was when I was a lot younger, and so and it was kind of cool. I still had a copy of the source code around. My dad actually had a copy of the executable, which I had lost. And he sent me it so I could run it in a DOS emulator to verify that I was getting the features correct in the remake. And yeah, I had a lot of fun doing it, and publishing it online was really, really easy with that now.sh. It makes it extremely easy to publish React apps that are static that you don't need a backend for. So I went ahead and did it. Oh, thank you, Toulouse. You found the timecode. Awesome. I think what I'll do is I'll grab that and put it here and probably turn that into a Discord post later. All right. See, my viewers are awesome. You guys are awesome. Always helping me out. And it being rated by Coding Garden with a party of 120 people. Hello, 120 fine raiders. Please don't be mean to me. Please be nice. Hello, what's up? I'm not going to be able to keep up with chat. I'm just going to give up saying hi. I'm just going to give a global hi to everyone. I usually say hi to everybody in chat, but now there are just way too many people for me to say hi to, so I'm just going to say hi to everybody. Hello, my friends. I'm working on this game that I am building from scratch, basically, myself. I've been working on this for over a year. And I'm not going to be able to keep up with chat, so you guys please tag me if there's some question you have for me that you would like me to answer. Because I'll probably not see your question in the flurry of chat. But anyway, my game is inspired by the Ultima 4, Ultima 5 games from the late 80s. Thank you for that link, Dragoneer. You can log into it now. There are a few people playing around in the game. So for example, we have Dragoneer, we have Goddam, and then my character is there. This is what it looks like when you're playing the game. It's much like the admin console, only you can see your equipment, your inventory, your experience and level and all this stuff, and you have limited view of the world. You can't see through walls like I can as the admin. I can teleport around. I can move my characters around or teleport myself and see through walls and all that stuff, but a normal player shouldn't be able to do that, right? But you can do a limited set of things in the game now. I'm still working on the engine. There's no content other than what you see here, which is test content. It won't stop me from... oh, I'm in the chat mode, that's why. It won't stop me from using doors to close them. Now I've closed the doors, I'm not going to open them again. Look at that. We can open and close doors. It's so cool. I also have fireworks. I made this for New Year's Day. Whoosh! I know it's sort of primitive. What can you say? I did it in like 2 hours. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? And Pro Sam and Unhot and Seg Prakash. Those are the names I can see in chat. And GHI, hello. And Gaz. And Haxu? Coding Garden, hello. I'm going to give you a explicit hey because you rated me. Thank you very much. All right, no one is tagging me in chat, so I assume that there are no pressing questions. But guys, let me know. There is in-game chat, there is combat, there are quests. I think my character actually might be on a quest. Yes, I am on a quest to clean the sewers. I've almost completed the quest. I have 9 out of 10. I will get 20 gold and 100 experience. Oh, there's a slime right there. Let's kill it. You must die, slime. It's dead. Pick up some money. The quest is ready to turn in. Yay! I didn't know I was so close to finishing that quest. Let me go talk to the quest giver here. Jill, the quest giver. What's your name? Jill. What's your job? I hand out quests. Quests. Quest. Thank you for doing that. Here's your reward. Now please go take a hot bath. She pinches her nose while handing you your reward because you were down in the sewers, right? So I'm not on any quest reward, but I can say quest again. Says they keep coming back. You did such a good job last time. Would you like another go at it? Can't give you the same reward, but how does a cool 20 gold sound? Sure. And I'm back on the quest again. This was a test of the mechanics in the engine for handing out quests, handing out the rewards the first time and then the repeated rewards, tracking progress. So all the fundamentals of doing quests. Yeah, so it's sort of like also a daily quest. Well, it's a repeatable quest, right? And this is the only quest in the game right now. And that's fine because we're really just testing things. I haven't put any real content into the game. This whole town is really just for testing things right now. Yeah, so I haven't balanced the game, for example. It's extremely difficult to get to the max level right now because I just put in a ludicrous exponential curve. And yeah, sorry, I just haven't balanced the game yet. I didn't want people to be overwhelming the progression system and reach level 2,342. So I set arbitrarily the max level to be 10, and I just made it ridiculously difficult to get to there and impossible to go further. And that'll change when I balance the game. I mean, there are ways you can cheese the game now. You can go into the darkest part of this dungeon where you'd get one shot by everything. And if you know how to do the left-right dance, you're basically invulnerable. And people have been doing that to farm experience and gold. And it's like, well, I have to figure out how to prevent that. Until I do, I'll just basically not worry about balancing the game, right? Hey, I'm down here with Dragoneer. We're killing the slimes. I mostly just want to get through this area so I can show you the more difficult part of the game where I'm going to be ruthlessly killed. See, someone else is down here doing the dance. It's player 872. Hello. So if you do the left-right dance here, you can avoid getting hit, right? So you do one shot and then you dance back. Oh, now he's aggroing on someone else. Oh no, they were trying to get to me but couldn't. They're aggroing. Oh, they're on Dragoneer now. But if you do one hit and then you dance away, you can avoid getting hit because the AI logic is not too good. Hit and then it's like stick and move, right? Attack once and then move. Uh-oh. And now they're on top of each other. Anyway, the most difficult area in here are these guys. They will kill you in one hit. So you can do the dance back and forth and avoid getting killed. Or I can just let the guy hit me and you can see what happens. There we go. I'm dead. What would you like to do now? Nothing. You rest peacefully. Okay, now what? So I can either respawn in place or nearby and lose some of my money, or I can just go to the save point, which happens to be right next to this well in town. And that's basically demonstrated every game system so far. Can enemies get the opportunity to strike on move? Yeah, probably when I fix that AI system. Because I want to avoid people cheesing it completely. Content needs to be super rebalanced. Yeah. Yeah, anything right now is just testing. And when people are finding these ways to cheese the game, that's input into rebalancing the game, right? I need to prevent people from just easily overcoming the challenges. Maybe there's still a way to cheese the game, but I want to make it extremely difficult so that only the most determined can do it. I can't ever hope to make it impossible to cheese in the game, but we're going to make it difficult, right? Just got to go kill boars, that's right. In my game, it's slimes right now. So people actually will actively farm those slimes while I'm streaming, and they have unheard of numbers of gold coins in their inventory. I only have 39, but there are people who have gotten to the max stack of gold and filled their inventory with gold, and I have actually gone and increased their slot capacity to make sure that they can get more. But yeah, you had to dump thousands of gold to the beggar. Well, A squared, I could have just increased the slot capacity for you. What equipment system do you have? You can see kind of right here, you can have a main hand weapon, you can have an offhand, armor, this is a belt, helmet. This is my novice artwork that you can see here. Look at this warrior mannequin showing you what you can equip. This is a ring, this is a, boot, foot, whatever, neck piece. So that's basically it. 8 different slot types, but it's flexible. I could add more. I would just need to update the graphics. And a lot of these slots are really just going to be adding attributes. So like the armor adds basically damage reduction. And I don't have a whole lot of the systems done. There's no magic system in place yet. So imagine there is a magic system in place. You might have a necklace that when you use it, heals you for some number of hit points and then is on cooldown, right? Other things I don't have in the game are you don't see when certain things are on cooldown. So you don't see when your attack is on cooldown yet. You can imagine when I add that, there might be like in World of Warcraft, you might have a spinning circle on your weapon whenever your attack is on cooldown. That kind of thing. You only can play with a character art that is too high res. Really? So yeah, I'm not an artist at all. I can barely draw stick figures. So what I did to draw this is I pulled up an image from YouTube and put it side by side with a pixel editor, and I just did my best to kind of draw from that guide. And that's what I've seen artists do to practice when they want to improve their skills. So I'm like, oh, I'll try the same thing. And I was actually surprised I could get it to look as good as it is. He's got a really knobby knee down here. Just ignore that. So anyway, did I not answer anything? Oh, Coding Garden's got to go? Okay, that was 3 minutes ago. Hopefully you have a good day. Thank you for the raid again. Actually think it looks pretty good. Thank you, Clayman. I appreciate that. You don't care about the gold and you want to help the poor beggar. Yeah, well, he just kind of eats the gold. You can give him 100 gold. Oh, you're damaged, Dragoneer. You got to talk to the healer. Say the word heal. He will be healed of your wounds. Keep it? All right. There are going to be some people who like it, some people who don't. Hey, maybe I give you alternate mannequins, and you can pick the one you like the best. Or maybe you can turn it off. Maybe you're the kind of player that you just want to see the slots with titles. Helmet, armor, main hand. And maybe we can turn the mannequin off completely. Who knows? I haven't gotten to that yet. Draw their own mannequin. Why not? Right? Just for yourself. Maybe store it in your browser's local storage. It just loads whatever mannequin you decided to draw yourself. I like these ideas. Yes, let's even take that suggestion and put it in my notebook and give you a point for that. And that's the first point you've earned in my channel, so I'm going to give you a second one. Thank you very much for contributing. The game has an integrated set of tools with Twitch, so you can see the golem, which is the Twitch integration, actually echoes from VIPs and above when they chat in my channel, shows up in the game world. And also if you earn points in my game, this shows up here. So for example, Gadam's got 15 points, Dragoneer's got 3 now. I don't have any because I don't need points. You can imagine these points in the future might be useful for trading them in to get special items in the game. Or maybe if you have a certain number of points in my channel, it enables you to go through a magic door to explore a new area of the game that I haven't unlocked for everybody yet. Or maybe you can go into an area that's normally you have to pay $1 for. Because eventually I do want to try to make money off the game if it's popular. If it's not popular, it just stays free to play for everything. But there'll always be a free to play area, but there might be extra areas that you either have to pay for or you have to have a certain amount of stream points, like you've helped out in the development of the game and now you have access to it. So that's what those points are for. Right now, they aren't used for anything other than for bragging rights, I guess. Okay, so today, I'm going to get back to my work here. Today, it's all about moving my game's data from JSON to SQLite, like the title says. So all these things that are checked off have been half migrated. Oh yeah, thank you, Ivo. So the problem that I had is easily shown here. This is just the data for not even the production environment that we have, but the test area that I have on my local host, which has hardly anything. You can see all of the game's data is stored as one huge JSON object. For example, if I were to delve into here, I'd probably find a bag of gold on this second thing, if I remember right. There's a bag of gold somewhere in the game. It has this entity identifier. There are a lot of entities in the game. You can imagine there's an entity for every square that you can see in the game, every NPC, every quest, every door, every dialogue, every character. So it adds up. And JSON is very inefficient when you get a large data set where it's more than 10,000 lines of JSON. Okay, see you, Dragoneer. Thanks for being here. How do you chat in the game? It's the C key, but only if you've been unmasked. And you might be masked, so let me go check. Yeah, if that's you, unmasked, now you can chat. So there's a C button down here, you can press C and you can chat. Hello. I do not let people chat initially because I've been trolled in the past. People would just create accounts and just start spamming the N-word or whatever. So I don't allow you to chat until I make sure that I can at least know who you are in Twitch. Or if you tell me, if you whisper me saying, hey, I'm this account, and I say, okay, I'll make a note that you said you're responsible for this character in the game. That way, if I have to ban that character, then I know who to go back to and complain about. Say, you know. But if it's a anonymous person on the internet, you can play the game, but I don't want you to be like a troll in chat. So we don't allow people to chat unless we know who you are. At least tied back to a Twitch account or something like that. Can you heal without the chat function? Heal. You can heal by talking to the healer. This NPC down here, if you talk to this NPC and you say the word heal, they'll heal you. Or you could use channel points. I kind of wanted channel points to be used for as rewards for helping out in the development of the game. So that would be like exclusive things. So like an item that no one in general playing the game could ever get, or access to an area that you normally have to pay for, that kind of thing. Or you could use channel points, I guess so. Well, the only way to get channel points is if I know who you are in chat. If I know who you are in chat, then I'll unmask you, that's fine. Is say the same thing as chat? Wondering if chat is disabled, you can still talk to the NPCs, you just can't do the player-to-player chat. That's the only thing that's disabled. You can still talk to NPCs and that's fine. As a player, you get more options, and the talk is how you talk to NPCs. So let's go to the healer. For example, I'll pretend that I'm damaged. Let's go to this healer. Talk to the left. Now I'm talking to the healer, and I can say heal. Do you require healing? Sure I do. And then I got healed. I wasn't damaged before, but if I was, I'd be healed now. So that works even if I'm masked. Also, people can pick naughty words for their names, so your name doesn't show up if you're masked. So if I go and remask my account, so it just says player 1, unmask, now it says my name. So for example, I don't know who player 873 is. Maybe they put a bad word for their name, the F word or something, right? We'd rather not have to see bad words, so it doesn't even show until I know who they are. This person, I know who they are, so I can unmask them right away. See how that works? Now, if player 873 were to whisper me and say, that's me, and I'd be like, okay, please be nice, I'll unmask them, and then I'd remember who they are if I need to mask them again, and they say, hey, you said you'd be nice, and you weren't, that kind of thing. You guys get it, right? So anyway, I'm migrating all of this information from JSON to SQLite. The strategy right now, the game reads and writes its state to a big JSON file. It's really slow. So in an effort to speed up the game's persistence, its serialization to disk, I'm putting an SQLite database in parallel with the JSON just to get a copy, because until we migrate completely to SQLite, if I were to just drop the JSON, we'd lose game data. So in parallel, there'll be a copy in an SQLite database. I'll then carefully compare the two to make sure the same information is in both, and then we'll add code to do fetches from SQLite, at which point we don't need the JSON anymore. I can just drop it, right? So I'm still on the step 1. The problem is that there is a different shape to every piece of data, and if you've done work with relational databases, you know that data shapes are important. They're also called schemas. So every different kind of component has a different kind of shaped table, and some of them have multiple tables. The ones that I have gotten done already are the easy ones. These usually just need one table with just primitive values like text, strings, and integers. But these ones I haven't done yet. They're complex components that have nested objects or arrays. Stuff like that. Does every player entity movement create an update? Yes, it does. But it doesn't need to be updated in the game's save file immediately. There is an in-memory copy of everything. Periodically, that is serialized out. But if I were to serialize the JSON every move, it would just, the game would not run. So right now it's in memory, and occasionally there's a dump to disk. There's also a journal file that's written to in order to get fault tolerance. So say we have some in-memory changes and we haven't written out to disk, but then the server crashes. Uh-oh, did we lose the last hour? No. There's a journal file that records the sequence of changes that need to be made to the game state to get back to where we were when we crashed. And that is written to, it's basically another line of a delta, written to the journal at every step. So let me show you what that looks like. Game journal, right? Looks like this. The game journal entries are also called commands. So when, let's see if I can find something I can interpret. Yeah, this one right here, I think. Yeah, let me pull that one out. I'll show you what one change to the game looks like. I need to say that this is JSON first, and then I can format it. So this is telling the game that entity 3330, which is, I think it's an NPC in my test environment, has decided to change their position, and the delta is to move their x coordinate to 0. So maybe they were at x minus 1 or x positive 1, but they decided to move, right? And we also have to record if the change that was requested was due to a client asking for it, because we might have to tell them when it's actually been accomplished. In this case, it's all 0 because it's an NPC, right? But if it was a player, there would be non-zero entries here. And there's a lot of overhead, even in this, because of it being in JSON. You can imagine in binary, it'd be a lot smaller. But even so, you know, these aren't that terrible. This sequence is in the journal, and when the journal gets too big, we roll it up into a new game snapshot, which is this huge file here. Now, the advantage with using a database would be I don't need this journal as much because the database also has a journal. The journal persists until we roll up the journal to make the next snapshot. It's the same thing in a database. If the database were to crash, if it made a journal, when you launch the database again, it could recover from that journal. If it doesn't crash, when the journal gets large enough, you basically condense the journal into the snapshot, which is this, and you throw away the journal and you start a new one. For a database, it handles all that for me, so I don't need to worry about it so much. I had a journal before because this is without a database. I'm doing it by scratch myself, right? So the journal is easy to write to. You just append to the end of the file, and you only need to read the journal again if you were to crash. You need to load back, and so you would read the last snapshot and then read all the way from the beginning of the journal to the end. It tells you how to get to the point you are at when you crashed based on the previous snapshot. So this is all described in the Raft consensus algorithm, which I implemented. I didn't come up with the algorithm, I just implemented it. There are other implementations out there. There's a website there if you want to learn more about it. But it's a neat little algorithm for doing fault tolerance. Kind of key in that algorithm is we actually have 3 copies of the game running at any moment, and only one of them is making decisions. It's called the leader. The other 2 servers are called followers. They basically they play the same journal that the leader is playing, so they have accurate snapshots of the state of the game, but they don't actively make decisions in the game. They don't run the NPC scripts. They don't decide what the next journal entry should be. They just copy from the leader. And if the leader were to crash, another follower has the same journal and snapshots, and so it can become the leader and continue the game near instantaneously. Like within a few seconds, the game will continue without losing any state, as long as we have backup follower servers that are running. And while one server is down, another server will be leader and keep the game running. It gives us some flexibility to take our time in repairing and reconstructing the server that crashed. I have some automation to do that. But as we saw at the beginning of this stream, we had a case where it didn't really work. But we didn't lose game state. It's just that the game wasn't playable until I recovered that third server. So anyway, long story short, I'm working today on moving a lot of the information in the game snapshots from JSON because it's too difficult to write and read this efficiently. We're going to let a database do it because a database is designed to do this kind of thing quickly. And of the data in the game, every kind of category has a different shape, and I'm down to the most difficult shapes left. The quest is what I'm doing right now. Quests are the templates for quest givers when they assign players quests. What capacity do you estimate your server to handle? We've seen it handle a dozen or 2 dozen players at once. It really depends on the compute power I put behind it. So right now it's running on an Amazon Web Services, a cloud-based virtual server, virtual machine, and it's a pretty cheap one. It only costs like $15 a month. If I had hundreds of people start wanting to play, I'd probably just pay more and run a beefier server. With the load that I've seen, when we get to 1 or 2 dozen people, it starts to load the server a bit, but it doesn't cause it to crash or anything. It just maybe gets a little bit of lag. So it's really depends on a lot of factors which I can adjust. I can pay more and run it on a more capable server, maybe dedicated servers, and it would be able to handle more. I could also say, well, it should run on this existing virtual machine, but it seems slower than it ought to be. I could go in and optimize parts of the game. I could study how much of the CPU time is spent on different aspects of the game and find the bottlenecks and optimize them. And I've done that in the past. So there were parts of the game that were slow, and they shouldn't have been slow. So I went and studied and saw, well, I'm doing something really stupidly inefficient in the code. Fix that, and now the game gets faster without having to allocate more expensive resources. So yeah, it's just a balance you have to hold. And I don't really know its capacity right now. I just know that we can get 1 or 2 dozen people in, and it's fine. If I were to get suddenly overloaded with 100 people, I'm not sure what would happen. It probably would just slow to a crawl. Although it might scale because Amazon lets you burst perform if you have CPU credits up to 100% CPU, whereas normally you're supposed to stay under like 10-20%. So it's possible we could get up to 5 times capacity for maybe an hour or 2, and then it'll get throttled. That would give me enough time to say, let me set up quickly another EC2 instance, which is more expensive, and then add it to the pool, and then drop off the old slow ones, and then we're good to go with more capacity. I just need to get better at knowing how to work with Amazon Web Services and to be able to do that quickly, or have automation to do that for me. I don't have any of that set up. That would be a good problem to have, though, right? More load on the server probably means more people interested in playing the game, and although it would be a small percentage, there's going to be that small percentage of people that are willing to pay to play the game, and that means more money for me potentially, right? And so then it would pay for a beefier server. CPU credits make it hard to test performance on those instances. Yeah, so what I do is I test it locally on my own machine. I set up an environment where I measure with Visual Studio's performance tools. I just have it do metrics on the entire code base, run the game and do some stuff in the game, and then look at those numbers and see where the bottlenecks are. It's not that hard to do. I haven't yet run into a case where I couldn't track down a performance problem. How do you get to the healer? The healer's right here. You want me to yoink you, put you next to the healer? Now you're standing near the healer. There you go. Rather just have the CPU throttled at what's allowed? Yeah. Healer's standing right here. If you talk to them, you can get healed. Looks like you're almost healed already, though. Yeah, I can yoink people around in the world. I can put myself in this locked room that no one else can get in and out of. Oh no, I'm in a jail. At least I have treasure, though. There's an extra suit of armor in here. Neat. I'm also going to put... Whoops, I'm going to put one of my fireworks in here, just in case I lose them. There we go. And I'll pull myself back out of that little room, and I'm out back here. You can talk to me about AWS sometime. Nice. Yeah, my costs are already pretty low. I don't mind paying $15 a month. Let's say I get to the point where people are willing to pay me $20 a month just to play the game. Then I'm in the green, and I can maybe bump the server instance up to the next level. And yeah, I'll let you know if I run into something that I need to help on. So far so good with AWS. I just read about how to use their services, and I'm like, okay, I can either do this manually with their console, or I can write a program using their API, or I can use scripts. There's like plenty of options. It's just a matter of me learning how to use their facilities, I guess, in terms of scaling and using serverless as much as possible. Yeah, the problem with this is I actually have to run a server because of Raft. So I'm kind of tied to needing to run a program, but we can move elements of this off. So for example, the authentication system doesn't have to be running in the cluster. That could be serverless, just borrowing the same database, right? We can borrow one of the databases of these 3 servers just for authentication, right? It's called a cloud. There you go. But what are the elements of a cloud called? Droplets? All right, so I'm working on Quest. What does Quest look like? Quest is down here. Its shape is more complex. So I've saved this as one of the last 5 because it has some things that are easily put into columns of a table, but these rewards are more complex. So there's the initial reward you get for completing the quest the first time. In this case, it was chicken. And then there's an item you get for completing the quest the second time, when in this case it was money. There's also an experience point reward. So I have, this is my novice attempt to fit that into a database schema with 2 tables, top level table, one row for each quest that has all the simple elements in it. And then another table, which is one-to-many, because a quest might have multiple rewards. In fact, there are 2 of them right now. There's the initial rewards and the recurring rewards. And this is geared towards the item aspect of that reward. These aren't strictly actual items in the game. They are templates for constructing an item. They have everything except for an identity for the actual item instance. So the real game, what it will do is take this template and create a new item and fill in these for the elements of that item and assign the new item an entity reference and then give that to the player. So we just need to store this somewhere. I decided to put it into this table. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Is this my own game engine? It is. It is handwritten. I wrote it mostly here on Twitch. You can go back in my VODs that have been exported to YouTube and see me write various aspects of it. And my notes cover every stream day. So, like, if you wanted to see when I worked on the quest editor, it's back here. If I scroll back just randomly, when I was working on the items panel, it was on day 322. When I did the NPC artificial intelligence scripts, that was back in December. So, yeah, I try to document everything. All my recordings are... Oh, Slickfur is back for a 13th month. Hey there, Slickfur. One of the longest running supporters of the stream, Slickfur. I try to keep organized. I'm actually inspired by another streamer you might know, Adam13531. He's super organized. I picked up a lot of tips from him as far as keeping notes and trying to be more efficient in how I use my own tools. So I'm not at Adam level, but I try. At least with this OneNote notebook, I try to keep notes for every time I work. And as well as also using the to-do list is something you also see in Adam's channel. Just to make sure I don't forget anything, I have to put it in a to-do list somewhere. And I try to keep this organized, although I'm not as good. I know, who's Adam? I know, Ann Perry. Who's this Adam guy? First time here, right, Ann Perry? Welcome to the stream. I haven't seen you here before. Okay, now that things have calmed down a bit, I'm going to start saying hi to people who are still chatting. It got a little hectic. When you get rated by a large streamer, or a streamer with a large audience, I should say, it tends to get hectic, and I can't give you that personalized hello feeling. Makings of a Hero, how are you doing? You're refactoring your code because of efficiency issues. Hey, me too! Join the club! Found code from like 3 years ago that's a copy-pasting function instead of using arrays. That's not so bad because you know how to refactor that. What I run into is I have code that's difficult to refactor. I'm like, what have I gotten myself into today? Like right now, I'm refactoring the way I store quests. This is how I used to store it as a JSON object. And I am refactoring it to fit into an SQL schema that looks like that. Yeah, at least it's functional, just messy. Yeah. I don't mind doing refactoring if it's straightforward. It's obvious how to do it. I have trouble when it's not obvious how to refactor something. Yeah, SQL is not for everybody, especially when it doesn't syntax highlight here. That's because this is actually a string, a very large string in my test framework, where I am setting up statements to be executed on a database to set up the test environment, which we do here. Yeah, I need to have tables for every aspect of my entity component system. All right. So now I'm getting around to actually doing the coding after an hour. Sometimes it's slow because we interact with chat a lot. That's fine. I'm going to find where I put the tests for entity component system. Here they are. And that's not the test. That's the actual code. Here's the tests. Right. Do I already have one for request? I don't. So I'm going to take, it doesn't matter which one of these. How about zone? How about that zone? We're going to take zone and copy paste it. Copy pasting. Bad. And call it quest. I'm trying to make the name of the test suite match the name of the component, which is quest. And we're going to rename this one to say quest. I need to add this to the build system. So I'm using CMake, which the way I have set up just requires me to add the path to that source file to a list. Tell CMake to generate the build system, and now the rules for the build system are up to date. As long as there's no problem. Yep. Now I will be able to build this. So renaming, did that rename zone everywhere? It didn't hit that one. Oh, I think I know why, because we don't have, I need to turn off whole word. Okay, let's try that again. Quest. This module contains unit tests of the entity component system classes that have to do with persisting in SQL database. It's not all top level information. All quest templates. All the quest templates in the game. All right. So there are going to be tests to cover deleting or destroying, creating, updating, and selecting. Right now we're not doing selecting though, we're just doing writing to the database, not reading. So we just need to cover create, destroy, and update. Quest is not in that part of alphabetical order. You might be right. I get that wrong a lot. Let me not get confused here. You are correct. It goes there, right? Thank you, Grumpy Game Dev. Okay, see, Ivo? Yeah, you can also do the recaps. If you don't have a lot of time, and I understand, people don't have a lot of time, right? You can catch up in my stream. In 15 minutes, you can catch up 1 month at a time. And I try to post a new video every month to kind of show you what I did in the last month. And then if you're interested more in what I was doing in that month, you can then look at the VODs that are also in YouTube. So don't feel like you have to be here. You can always catch up. So I was deliberately ordering. Yes, I do appreciate when people point out that when I don't get it. I like to keep it in order because there are a lot of files, and I would just go insane if they weren't sorted somehow. Yes, I'm trying to keep sanity. Sanity is important. All right, so creating a component. So the idea here is that this test creates a quest template in using my entity component systems API. And we want to verify that when we do that, it's going to actually also create rows in the database that we can select back out here in the test to make sure that they're correct. Do much the same thing? Well, that's good. If you didn't keep your sanity, you'd be even more grumpy. What's sanity? Yeah, it's that thing that helps you make sense of the world, Clayman. Now, some people don't need sanity because they don't need the world to make sense. That's fine. You see, you can use glob? Yeah. We know about glob, but CMake doesn't recommend it. Uh-huh. That's why you see me list it manually, because we don't use globs with CMake. It's one of those weird things about CMake, I guess. Or good things, depending on your perspective. Okay, so what does the quest look like? I need to make this look realistic. So it has a description. Hopefully I made keys for this. I did. Look at that. Description. Pet the slimes. Goal. Okay, so we can just delete this. We don't need this right now. Quest. Goal. Let's say you have to pet 100 slimes, right? You need to be nice to those slimes. quest initial rewards. So that's reward. It's one of these, right? Key initial. That's probably it, right? Yes, initial rewards. Got it. And then that is a JSON object, which I'm going to get to in a minute. I'm going to get the top level stuff first. Next key quest key would be maybe slimes. Key quest progress. Progress template. Yes, okay. Something like one of these templates right here. Blank out of blank slimes pet. All right. Key quest. What's the next one? Recurring rewards. So that's reward key recurring. And then another JSON object. And key quest. Title. I just realized something. I forgot to show you guys the tool that I'm using today, which might pop up on the screen occasionally. In fact, it's going to pop up in 25 minutes. I better talk about it soon. So title. Oh, title was shorter and description was longer, so this is actually the title. I'm a touch typist, but sometimes I get off my keys. You have been charged with the epic quest of petting all the slimes in the dungeon. Okay. New tool, yes. Let me talk about this new tool. So a viewer actually mentioned it to me at one point. It's called WorkRave. Back on stream 306, Raz818 said WorkRave saved their life. Basically lets you set up a schedule for different lengths of breaks throughout the day. Because as you all know, I have the stretch command to remind me to get into the habit of stretching. So to aid in this effort, I am testing out this app. It's actually a cool little app. It shows a tiny, tiny little window that looks like that. In its preferences, you can see that there's a time countdown, right? It's kind of small. I don't know if I can increase the font size now. It's one of those user interfaces that I can't change the size of. But anyway, you can set up micro breaks, rest breaks, and daily limits for using your computer. I turn off the daily limit. I turn off the micro break, because that's going to be really distracting. If every 20 minutes I had to look away from the monitor and leave you guys hanging for 20 seconds, it'd probably be distracting. Rest break, though, I think integrates well with just taking a break, so I have that enabled. So every hour and a half of usage of the computer, it's gonna pop up a reminder saying you should take a break now for 3 minutes. So I'll just synchronize that with my actual, BRB screen and just get up and stretch during those times. And I would encourage you to do the same. I think this is a good app. This kind of app is good for reminding people like me who just kind of get hyper-focused and forget to actually rest your eyes or get up and stretch, to actually go do that. So I'm gonna enable this. So in roughly 24 minutes, I'll probably take a break to make the timer happy. It's kind of like a taskmaster. You can even set it up to lock your screen to force you to take a break. And yeah, you can make it as obnoxious as or inconspicuous as you want. So I have configured just every hour and a half to take a 3-minute break. And I have it actually on the taskbar. So let me set this up so that you can see that. If I do on top replica and I say I want to select, can I just select no window? Oh, I have to select a window. Can I select, I can't just select the screen. Okay, I can just pull up the window then and move it off screen. And then I can select it. Where are you? How come I don't see it? Maybe because I need to refresh it? Oh, let me quit it. For some reason, the on top replica can't see the window. Or is it just titled wrong? Oh, it's registered as a Microsoft Text Input application. So they never actually changed the title of the screen. Oh, no, no, that's a different thing. Okay, never mind. False alarm. It's just not showing up at all. Unless it's one of these. Let's see. Is it that one? No. Is it this one? I can't even do on top of the replica for it. Well, that's gonna suck. You guys can't even see the... I guess I could just keep it on screen. So where can I put it where you guys can see it? Maybe down... right here, maybe? So I know the font is super small. I'm sorry about that. I can't make it any bigger. I need to work on getting that integrated into my overlay. But for now, there's a little countdown that you can see there. That when it gets to 0, I'll probably need to have a break. Put a render to current task or right above it. Okay. Like right there? Maybe? To the right of it? It won't fit on the right, but maybe on the left here. There we go. It doesn't stay on top, though. Dang it. It won't work if it doesn't stay on top. Can I tell it to stay on top? Yeah, you can tell I'm new at this. Let me see if the thing will let me keep it on top. User interface. Status window. On top. There we go. It's got an on top mode. Nice. All right, now it's always on top. What we're doing, I'm just describing the work rave tool I'm using to remind me when to take breaks, and just making sure the window stays on top here. Sorry, I can't make the font any bigger. I think there's a way to do it. I saw mention of it, but it entails going to some GTK config file and setting a font size, and I just haven't. It's going to take me too long to do it now, so I'll do it later. For now, it's just going to help me remember to take a break. And what I'm doing today is moving the quest templates into SQL. I need to go to today's page. There we go. All right. We're doing quest today. So I'm setting up the test for creating a quest in the game should create the rows in the corresponding database. I need to set up the right keys here. Key quest reward XP 100, and we'll have key quest reward item, and that's an object. Or is it an object or is it an array? It's an object. Its keys are component types, right? So one would be item, and then its values are what to put in that component. So we have item and we have tile. And for tile, this follows the other keys. So it would be key tile ID 42. Key tile set 85. Item, key item max quantity. 100, sure. And then quantities in there, right? So like maybe 10 out of 100, and I'm just trying to keep these in order. This would be name, gold, pieces, type, money. All right. And let's set a recurring reward. Let's say you get only 2 gold pieces after you pet the slimes a second time. The gold still looks the same, but then you get fewer experience points. Let's say 10 or something, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Okay, with all of that junk, then we need to set up the column names. Actually, I already did that, right? I put that here. So let me just grab these, I guess, one by one, or let's see if I can do this smartly, more intelligently. Paste that, and then if I can I select that, and then just do space, and then go one word over, comma, go to end of line delete, and then delete, and then go one word over delete. Okay, it doesn't quite fit. So I think what I'll do is, whoops. How did I do this in other tests? Like player, for example. What did I do here? Okay, I indented the string over, I see. Okay. All right, and then all these commas, right, become end of string, beginning of string, back one, enter. There we go. I like multiple cursors. It's kind of cool. So the entity needs to be the same number, 42, 42. All right, and then I am testing 7 different columns. And most of them are text strings, right? 4 of them are texts, 3 of them are integers. And so it's an even spread. So we'll just take the integer one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 1, 2, whoops. I can hide this. 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, and then what are the numbers? Goal was what? 100. Initial words experience was also 100. Let's make that a different number. Let's make that 200. Just to make sure that each number here is different. And then key is a string, progress is a string, then this is recurring words experience was 10, right? And then, okay, so all these things that aren't integers, that one, that one, that one, and that one have to be const char star, and then move over to the beginning and put str equals. Go to the end, go back a word, and go text. And why doesn't it like that? How come this isn't updating here? I'm missing something. What am I missing? Anyway, this is gone. Oh, it's not 3. What am I thinking of? These need to be strings. Okay. The top string is this one. Afternoon, ZB. How are you doing today? Yes. Like one of my friends likes to say, good morning, even though it's in the evening for the rest of us, because depending where you are in the world, it's either morning, night, afternoon, evening, middle of the day. It's all times, every time. Just depends on where you are, right? Usually what you do struggling with college work at the moment? I'm doing fine. I'm struggling with database migration stuff. I'm moving data from this kind of a format in JSON to this kind of a format where it's 2 database tables. So I'm doing this with test-driven development. So I'm setting up a test where we have the data in the JSON format, and we use an API in my game to create a quest template with this data in it. And then we have a select statement to pull the data out of the database. So the code under test is supposed to take this information in JSON, translate it to fit the database schema, and store it in the database. And we're testing to make sure it does it correctly. So the difficulty is mostly coming up with the shape of the tables to fit this, because I don't have a whole lot of experience in that. And you could probably already see problems like this should probably be a what do they call it? Not a primary key, but a foreign key, but I haven't set that up right because I don't know how. It's not completely necessary. Functionality is not affected, but it'll probably affect performance. More complicated than the issue you have, that's fine. We all have different levels of difficulty in the things we struggle with. Also, if what you're doing is building on other things you've done in the past, then it might look more complicated to someone else, but it might be the same amount of complexity to you. So your college work probably looks a lot more complicated than like a freshman's work, right? Because you aren't just doing something new from scratch, you're building off of previous knowledge. So we're all doing different things at different points. I try to explain what I'm doing to kind of give you a sense of what I'm actually adding and doing on top of what everything else was there. The difficulty is going to be if you don't know everything that led up to this point, it might look too confusing and too difficult or too complicated. But I do my best to try to explain away things that you might not know because of what came before. So like, for example,
we can just assume that in my game, we store quest templates like this, and you can kind of see from the names, you can kind of get an idea. If this is a quest, this is the reward you get when you complete the quest the first time. This is what you get if you repeat the quest. While you're working on the quest, you'll see something like this to tell you how far you are. And yeah, when you pick up the quest, this is the title of the quest, and here's the description. So you kind of get an idea of what the data is. And if you know a little bit about SQL, you kind of get the gist of here. I have two tables, right? These are the names of the tables. These are the different columns. And comparing that and this, you can kind of get a sense of what's going to go where. Like description comes from here, goal goes there. The experience points inside of initial rewards is going to go here. But then some of the stuff might not be so obvious. So this part of the template, I'm deciding to put in a secondary table where where is it? The reward is going to be whether it's initial or recurring. And the structural elements, item, and tile, go away. So we just have those 4 elements, and these 2 are these here. Actually, there are some extras in here, like note. Wasn't in this example, but you get the idea. There's the type is here. The name of the item is here. That kind of thing. So I do my best, because otherwise no one would watch me, because it would be undecipherable. It would be like, this is some kind of wizard doing I don't know what. So I'll go watch something I can actually understand. I try to explain things, especially if you ask me questions. No question is terrible, Gadam. Well, that's not true. Your questions are not terrible. A troll's questions would be terrible. Literally, what you're trying to do is just quit game. What are you trying to quit? I see. All right. Some pretty bad questions. I see questions as an attempt to communicate the need for explanation. So, questions might be worded poorly, but if their intent is to seek information for a noble purpose, I don't think that they're bad. If a question's intent is to just rile you up or troll you, then yeah, I would call that a bad question. Got a title screen, you got UI images and text, and you can navigate up and down and space. Oh, I see. So you're working on a game then? So your class is game design or something? It's trying to make it when you navigate to quit and press space to quit whenever you press anything and just quits. Oh. Yeah, user interfaces are tricky, and it depends on which framework you're using. You could be using Unity, or you could be using Windows, or there's lots of different things you could be using. If one of us can help, just let us know what UI framework you're using, and then maybe someone has an idea of what you should look at. The computer science course, you're just making something you can carry on. I see. Good luck with that. Oh, you're using Unity. Yeah, I don't know Unity so well, but there are people in chat, I think, who know more about it. If you're trying to get something to work, we might not have the exact answer, but maybe someone has an idea of what you could look at. Probably registered yeah, exactly. See, like you could just check what Clayman said. Maybe you did that by accident. So there are things that are like common mistakes people make that when you learn them, when someone else runs into a similar looking problem, you might say, oh, I ran into something like that. Look at this. So it may not be the problem, but it might be. You can also join Discord chat, yeah. Either in my channel or in any other channel here on Twitch that deals with development. People usually have a Discord channel. And yeah, if you get connected to one of these communities, you run into a problem, find the right people who maybe can help you out. People don't like to generally give you the answer, but they want you to get unstuck and be able to figure it out. Well, take a look at what Clayman said. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah. If not, then you can say you don't think that's the problem. And then if you give more information about the problem, like in Discord, if you explain the problem a little bit, then the more you can explain succinctly so that people don't have to read a whole wall of code text or whatever, if you give like condensed summary of what you're doing and what the problem is, you're more likely someone will have an idea about what's wrong. The ultimate way to get help if you're really stuck is to make a MVCE, minimum verifiable complete example. And then you can either post that in a Discord or you can post it on Stack Overflow. And that encourages people to help you because you have a minimum but complete example that people can just run and see that they see the same problem, and then they can take a look at the example and say, oh, well, you forgot to do this or whatever. It's if you don't give something that's a real example, if you give something that's not verifiable, or if it's incomplete or it's too big, you decrease the chance that people are going to be willing to help you because it's a burden on them to try to figure out what your problem is. But that you really only need to do if your problem is complex enough that you can't just describe a summary and people have an idea already. And if someone says, oh, I need more, can you show me the example? That's what you're going to kind of get to if you're really stuck. If you're not really stuck yet, if you're just kind of struggling, you could probably get by with just some hints about what you should look at. Yeah, you can feel free to post a gist or a bpaste or something, or put it in Discord. All right. Quests. I'm pulling these strings in, right? So the key was slimes. And the progress template is blank out of blank slimes pet. And the title is Pet the Slimes. All right, so that's one table down. The next table I need to worry about is the reward item table. I'm just going to take this block of code like I did before, paste it here, and then work with this. I'm going to say select all of those and do a space, go to the next word, end of line, comma, end of string. I actually kind of want every line but that one to start with a... There we go. And then I can remove that one, remove that quote, and I'm done, right? Select reward, max quantity, name, quantity, note, type, tile ID, tile set from quest, reward item, where entity is 42. And I don't need... All right, order by what? Order by reward. So we can get the correct order. You never used bpaste before? It's a valuable thing to get familiar with. Either bpaste or one of the alternatives out there. It's handy to know some kind of tool that you can just take a code snippet and give it to someone else really quickly without them having to get access to your entire project. So there's bpaste, there's gist, there are my mind is drawing a blank, but there are lots of alternatives out there. You can also, if it's like a web dev thing, you can set it up in CodePen or one of the alternatives out there where you can basically put all the files into a working example. That MVCE I was talking about before, it's really easy to do that with a web app because there are a lot of tools online that you can just drop your HTML, your CSS, and your JavaScript in there, and there you go. Hey there, C17R, greetings program. You have joined the Matrix. Actually, I don't remember my Tron lines. I need to see the movie again. And hey there, Resubaka. How are you today? And hi there, Kai. How are you today? Or without pasting a huge wall of code and chat. Yeah. It's just consider what would you enjoy seeing if someone needed your help. You'd probably enjoy seeing nicely formatted, short and concise, get to the point, but at the same time try to explain the problem well enough. You're grounded until you watch Tron again. I know. I gotta watch it again. So, goddamn, you'd want me to watch the original one, right? I don't even think I've seen the new one yet. I like the original Tron. I had my kids watch it. They appreciated it. Now they know all of the jokes. Although I can't remember them. Because my memory is like a fish. Paste bin. There you go. That's another one. You've never seen any of the Trons? Oh no. Cat Peasant, that's your homework. The original Tron will introduce you to what computers look like in the 1980s also. Wall-to-wall computers. And hairstyles. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen the new Tron, but the old Tron, if you can get past the quirkiness, I mean, it's a decent movie for being so old, right? Newer one is decent too. I think I haven't watched it because I'm afraid of it ruining the nostalgia. It wasn't that bad, but it had its moments. Okay. Well, there we go. All right. These are the things in the secondary table that I need. I need to fill in expected columns. So I think I'm going to try to cheat here and just take those names and paste them here and operate on them. So a lot of these are going to be integers like that, but some of them are going to be strings. So that would be name, note, type. Oh, tileset ID got crunched. Name, note, type, and oh, we're also selecting reward. So let's put standard string reward. Actually, I can do const char star here. I can do that. Okay. Name, note, type. There. All right. And then the expected elements we get depend on what I put up here. So I'm just going to take that, paste it down here, and work on the data in a second. That's one I... Oh, what happened? Oh, I did cut instead of delete. So I lost my clipboard. So I need to get it back. All right. Paste, and I need the other item now. The recurring reward. Just grab these lines, go to the last update, and paste. There we go. See, you're already getting help from Clayman. Clayman is like one of those awesome people in the community that not only contributes in Twitch chat and is a nice viewer, but also likes to help out people. So make sure that you thank Clayman for their time. Hopefully the Clayman's got a lead on what your problem is. Okay, so the expected elements. They need the reward. So this is initial. And then max quantity is 100, and then the name was gold pieces. I'm not going to type that. I'm just going to copy paste it. Whoops, cursor moved away. What's after name? Quantity, 10. Note is empty string. I should probably put a note in one of them, but I'll leave it empty for now. Type is money. Tile ID is 42, tile set 85. All right, that's one. The next one is recurring. Max quantity is still 100. Name is still gold pieces, but the quantity is 2. And it's the same tile ID. I kind of want it to be different, though. What if I make it different? Let's say instead of gold, you get chicken. You can hold 10 chickens, and you get 1 chicken. This is food. It's from a slightly different tile set, and of course a different tile ID. Yeah, let's do that. So let me copy this data down here. Just so I can get the numbers and strings correct here. 1 chicken. Actually, let me put a note in there too. Let's make the node say delicious. Okay, so I need to add that key up here when we set up the reward. So that is key item note. Like that. Okay. So then I need to set up these expectations for every column. There are 8 of them. All right, and so we'll make 7 copies of this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I get the numbers right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. I'm going to need to take a break soon. My break timer says 2 minutes, 45 seconds and counting down. I'm just going to get these names in here. Okay, I'm going to give Clayman 10 points for helping out. For helping out someone that they don't even know on the internet. It's such a nice thing to see. Setting a great example for everyone else. Too many people only look out for themselves. Clayman666 is demonstrating how you can look out for just random strangers by helping solve their problems. Okay, so reward, name, note, type are strings. You also haven't watched any of the Trons? Oh my goodness, you're missing out on so much culture. Oh, well, American culture, admittedly, or tech culture, I guess you can say. I recommend watching those movies. I had my kids watch them, like I said. Oh, there's a missing semicolon here. How did that happen? Oh, now I lost my multiple cursors. I gotta set them again. All right. Reward, name, note, type are text. The reals are going to be integers. So the doubles become ints. Okay, and what's wrong with type here? Oh, missing semicolon. Okay. Down to 1 minute left, so I should try to find a stopping point for the next 3 minutes. This is actually a great stopping point. So let me take a 3-minute break. And I will get up and stretch, and I recommend you guys do the same thing. So I'm going to hit the rest break. And see, if I click that now, yeah, we are going to then go on a break. I'll be back in 3 minutes, so I need to set the timer for that. I can't click on other things. It's locking my screen. Okay, so we're going to postpone it until I have this set up right. I'll just do that after I switch the scene. Okay, still getting used to this. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. So I'm starting the timer. I'll be right back. Be right back.
Okay, went a little over because I was waiting for the rest break counter to fully reset. So next break I should probably add like an extra 10 seconds because I can't click both buttons simultaneously. All right. Still getting used to this thing. All right, sounds like Zeeb and Clayman are getting to the heart of the problem that Zeeb had. Glad to hear it. All right, so I think I'm done with the create test. And the delete test is really easy. Oh wait, no it's not. Because we need to test two tables. Both quest and quest reward item. Which means I need to have a valid actual quest. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the initial quest template and make that common for all these tests. So I'll define it. Let's just define it here. Const JSON value initial quest. Well, quest initial template is that, right? And that can actually be static, right? Yeah. Actually, if I do it that way, the syntax is a little weird. Just leave it like that. And then in the tests where I use it, I can just say initial template. And then initial template. And then, yeah, we need to make sure that we test the number of rows in both tables, in both deletes. So this is deleting the entire entity, and this is just deleting the quest template aspect of an entity. Both should destroy the rows in the quest table corresponding to that entity. All right, and then, right, this just makes a copy of the initial template. In fact, I can do it this way. I can put that there and then do that. Right, and then we get to adjust that template. So, what do I want to change here? I want to change something that updates the main table. So one of those might be like the experience point reward. Like we can change the number of experience you get from like 200 to 250, let's say. So that's component initial reward experience equals 250, right? And then I want to change something that will, well, for this case, there's always going to be 2 rows in the other table, right? At least the way I have it set up now. So we're not going to be doing, with an update, we're not going to be doing any creates or deletes. We're just going to be doing an update. So I just need to pick something that's in one of these templates to change. How about we change the, I don't know, the number of gold pieces you get. Maybe you get 15 instead of 10. So again, we're going to say component initial reward, and then go into the item, and then go to the item component of the item template, and then go to the quantity and set that to 15. And that's too long, so what if can I wrap that around? I can't really do this cleanly. It's as best as I can do. So initial reward, item component of the item template, quantity 15, and then we set it back in. And then I'm going to repeat all of this assert part and change the relevant aspects of it. So to make sure that the update is done correctly, we changed the experience points to 250. So that's right here, 250. And we changed the number of gold pieces you get to 15. So that's here. Everything else stays the same. Hey there, Cthulhu. Happy Friday.
Have I noticed a big... I haven't finished doing it yet, so I can't measure the performance, Cthulhu. I have to get... In order to measure the performance, I need to get all of them in there. So I'm down to the last 5. Once I get the last 5 in there, then I can start measuring the write performance. Because I'm only doing writes to the database, right? I'll be able to measure the difference between writing the JSON file and then updating the database. But it's not going to be apples to apples comparison because we always have to rewrite the entire JSON file. With SQLite, we were only doing selective updates for select rows. So it's heavily going to be biased in favor of SQLite anyway. In fact, by design, we're eliminating a lot of work that we needed to do here because SQLite doesn't need to reconstruct the database every time you change it, like JSON does. So I think fundamentally there's going to have to be there's going to almost guaranteed a big increase just because we're not reconstructing the JSON file every single time. But yeah, until I get step 1 done, I can't really test the read stuff at all. We can only test the writing, and it's not apples to apples. So, but it's all cool, or it'll be definitely faster. I'm very confident it'll be faster because my Stream Helper app here, which is reminding me to say hi to you. So let me do that. And I also didn't say hi to Ivo. See that? So I didn't say hi to Ivo. Problem is that chat message was probably a while ago. Let me find it. 10:23. Yeah, I gotta scroll back. And they're gone already. I'll say hi even though they're not here anymore. So this uses also a JSON file to save its data, and it was also slow, and when I moved it to SQLite, it also sped up like by an order of magnitude or more. So that gives me confidence that I'll have the same benefit in the game. Yeah. Clayman666, very nice member of the community, helping out Zeeb. It's nice to see that again. All right. Yeah, I'm in the middle of migrating the quest table. So I got all the tests ready now. And as long as this builds, I should be able to verify that the tests are correct, and then I can make the code to actually do the migration. Yeah, I'm doing the harder ones. I did all the easy ones. The last 5 are the hard ones because they are composite structures containing nested objects and arrays, so they're nasty. They're not simple at all. I have the mechanism now in the game to where we can define complex mappings between the JSON and the SQL, but it's not refactored yet. There's like basically a list of delegates we have to construct, and you'll see that in a minute. All right, so let's find the unit tests. Show and test explorer. There we go. Run them. I expect destroys to pass because create doesn't work yet. The create should say, yeah, that it fails on the first. On the fact, okay, this one is asserting that we actually get a row of data back. So what's happening is the database is empty, which makes sense because we haven't put anything in it yet. So then I need to go to components. I need to go to the unrefactored code, the ugly code that I have here. Oh, it's already in the right spot. So there's this huge and growing ever larger table of mappings between a JSON element and then how we deal with it in the database. So different aspects are what are the SQL statements we need for create, update, delete. And then another aspect is how do we run the create statements when we have JSON and we need to go into the SQL database, right? Here are the statements we need to run for zone, right? And then how do we do updates? So I need to add an entry now for quest. Let's do it. Trying to keep them in alphabetical order. It would go after player, but before zone. So I'm going to do a paste. And I'm going to rename. So this is what I mean by it needs to be refactored. It's just a long thing with horrible levels of indentation. Probably each of these entries would go in a separate file, and each of the elements of the entry would be going into have a different name and be defined separately, and then we would pull it all together at the end, right? So this is going to be quest, and the complex mapping here is for the table named quest reward item. And the key for that, we need the whole quest, right? So I think that means the key would be empty. Basically, we need the parent element to do this. Did I do that for zone? No. Right, because that was a separate thing. Did I do that for trigger? No, because that already is... Okay, so I didn't need to do that here, but I think empty string will work. So anyway, this is insert into this. This name of this table is replicated, right? And then what we put in here needs to mirror what the test actually would look for. So this stuff. Insert, so there's always an entity, but then there are these strings. And then for every one of these, I need to have a question mark. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have I resolved type checking in JS? Aiden Garth helped me do that for my Minesweeper game, so I've done it there, but I haven't tried to do that in the Omni Arena yet. So to resolve the type checking in JS in the Minesweeper game, I could show that really quick. So we're leveraging TypeScript just to get the type checking, and it works fairly well. That's in Mines. Where did Mines go? Here's Mines. So this is what had to be done that Aiden Garth helped me do. There needs to be a TS config with a bunch of things in here. And Aiden Garth customized this to work right. I don't understand it yet, but it's, you know, like you can kind of guess. These are options for the TypeScript compiler. And I think where is it? Under source. No, not under source. I think it's under package JSON. Right, under package JSON, there's where is it? Maybe this didn't need to be adjusted. Oh, yeah. As a dev dependency, we list TypeScript. So basically, we only need it when we're developing the code. Dev dependency on TypeScript. And then in various aspects of in various places in the code, we had to insert this TS thing to suppress TS ignore. Some things TypeScript just doesn't like, and it's a violation. But if you add this, it's like telling it to forget about it. Can be just JS config with a check JS true. Oh, that's interesting. We could try that too. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of getting myself warmed up to using TypeScript by at least pulling it in as a dependency, as a dev dependency. So the next step, of course, would be to pull it in as a main dependency up here, and then actually make .ts files. But so this makes it less scary to me. It's in my project. I'm just not using it after the build. It's only used at build time, and it's only used for the type checking. So let me take your comments and remember them. There we go. I'll have to look at that. Did someone ask if they could post a link? Oh, I see. Yeah, and you already posted them. Okay, yeah. Reading some VS Code docs and found it super easy to have type checking JavaScript just like in TypeScript. Okay, so this is maybe an easier way. Then I wouldn't need to pull it in as a dev dependency. Okay, interesting. Good to know. Let me give you a point. Actually, let me give you a few more points, because this might really help me out. So I will give you. I'll round it up to an extra 5 points. There we go. All right. Going back to this. Update will look the same, won't it? There's no class here. Yeah. So this is just a secondary table because we need 2 of them. Oh, then I will need an and reward equals, because that reward is only set once. And reward is missing here, so I need to add that back. Okay. It's goes. Oh, this is wrong. I pulled the wrong columns out. It's this one I needed. And I need reward also. So pull this in and add reward. Reward. The idea here is that that's a foreign key, and this combined with that is a primary key. But I'm not putting that into the schema quite yet. Okay, so the things that change are these columns when we do an update. And so all of these have a space there, an equals, question mark, and that's it. Or is there also a comma? Is there a comma there except for the last one? I don't remember. Yes, there is. As that one shows. Okay. All right, and then the delete. I don't think, if we're deleting one, we're deleting both, aren't we? So then wouldn't I just always delete both? I think so. Maybe add the link contents to the rules? Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me make that into the to-do. To-do. Welcome back, Dragoneer. Okay. So I think I had the statements constructed correctly. The next would be to actually use the statements. So when we create, this needs to be an object, and we're not looping through. We're just picking out the 2 reward types, right? So I'm going to be doing 2 create statements. I can make a function I call twice here. So const auto create reward equals, what do I need to capture here? I need to capture create statement. Actually, let's just it's going to be called internally only, so we can just default capture everything by reference. But I need a parameter, which is the reward type. Const standard string reward. Okay, and then in there I'm going to put this. So that goes, it's pasted there. So then I have to bind the things in the create statement. The create statement had 8 parameters. So I need more here. Oh, also in addition to the reward, I need the encoding. So const JSON value encoding. So it's the encoding. I'm gonna go crazy unless I get a copy of this string list to use here temporarily. Okay, the first one is a reward, so that's a string. So I can just put that in here, right? Reward, and then the third argument is max quantity. So that's as an integer. We read that from the encoding, and there's a key for that. Key. Yes, please load. Quest. Reward item. Oh wait, what is reward item? It's just item. Oh no, we don't. Yeah, we don't need that. Oh, okay, so inside of the item. Where is an example of this again? inside of here, this will be the reward. So I just need to pull out item and tile. So this is going to be item. And then inside the item, it's key item max quantity. There we go. All right. And then, sorry this is so heavily indented. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many of these do I have? 8? 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I do have 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right. So this is name. Extreme indentation mode on. Quantity. Note. IntelliSense is struggling with it too. Type. I don't need IntelliSense for most of these. Okay, and these last two are not item, they're tile. This one is ID, and the other one is set. Now to get the types correct. So this is standard string for a JSON value. And note and type are also strings. The other ones are integers. Okay, I think I got it. So that we step that creates one item template reward. So we're stepping quest reward item create statement. And then we'll put in parentheses the reward. All right. And then we're just going to call this twice. So we do create reward initial, and then that is elements key quest. Wow, my IntelliSense is very slow right now. Reward item, right? No. Key initial, and then reward item. Yep. Okay, and then I call it again for recurring. And the only thing that changes here is this is recurring. All right, and then I delete this code. I don't need it anymore. There we go. So basically, create a row for both the initial and recurring rewards, so we get the information from different parts of the JSON. Sounds good to me. So let's move on to update. Update is going to be the same, except we're using the update statement instead of the create statement. So I don't really care what was in the old element, do I? The new element needs to be an object or else we're in trouble. So we're going to make sure it's an object. And then I'm going to delete all this code and just paste this. And I need to make it use the update statement, not the create statement. Thank you for that, follow. I appreciate it. Update statement. And I need to get the argument order correct. So this is really not create reward, it's update reward. All right, and then I need to look at the statement to see what the order is. So here is the order. Right here, let's just grab the statement. And let me paste it here and just comment it out. Okay, so the parameter order is max quantity first. Right, and then entity and reward last. So I need to renumber them then. The alternative would be to number them in the statement, but I'm not going to bother. I'll just put it in the same order here. There's a little bit of code smell here in that the order is sensitive. It has to match what's in the SQL statement. As evidenced by me actually copying that statement here while I was doing it. A better thing probably would be to name the parameters, but I don't know exactly if that will be the right thing to do, so I'll leave that for later refactoring. Okay, if I did that right, my test should pass now. 9 times out of 10, I don't get this right on the first go, though. Elements is an undeclared identifier. Or because this should be, this is not needed, actually. And I need new elements, not elements, don't I? There we go. Okay, I'm an hour and 5 minutes away from the next stretch break. That's what this little counter says here. All right, running the tests. Yeah, I didn't expect it to work. It hardly ever works the first try. Oh, it's never not getting past the... Oh, I forgot to do that table. That's an easier one. That just requires that I go up to the simple mappings and add an entry for it. So here, the component... Which one of these? Component column specifications. I need to add one for quests here. Quest. So these are the column names. So essentially these names go here without commas. But then commas at the end. Might as well put a comma there. So that's one place, and then the next place I need to have a field name mapping. Right here, quest. And then for every one of those that I just did, so let me pull that back in again. This list. I'm trying to remember, why did I have a separate column specification? Why did I keep that separate from the field names? I don't remember why. Anyway, it sort of seems redundant, but we'll do it. That is a list of column names, and then we map it to JSON field names. So that's key, quest, something for each of these, right? This one is description. This one, it's goal. Oh, we're not going to... Oh, this one's... Oh, right. This is where it gets complicated, because this one is a composite key. Right, so we have to do quest reward key initial plus dot plus key quest reward XP. Right. And then we'll want a similar thing for the recurring rewards. This is recurring. Right, and then this one is just key, and this one is just progress template. And this one's just title. There we go. How do you do that multiple cursor thing? There are a couple different techniques with VS Code. Let me walk you through them. Fundamentally, they're found in the command template. So that's Control-Shift-P. You can find, what's the name of it? Select? Right. So, there's add selection to next find match. So if I pick key quest and I hit Control D, now I have multiple cursors set up on that selection, so I can just, you know, type something else, and it types it everywhere. That's add selection to next find match, and that's usually, I think it's Control D is the default binding. So you select something and just hit Control D, and then you can select. There's another one to select all. I think it's Control L, select all. Yeah. Select all occurrences of find match, Control Shift L. So if I do key, Control Shift L, everywhere in the file now is selected if it had key in it. So that's how you do multiple cursors with selections. To just place them, I think it's I'm trying to find the names because it's important to know the names to find them, to see what your key bindings are, if any. If you don't have a key binding, it'll just be missing. I think maybe it's under cursor. Yeah, here it is. So you can add a cursor to the line endings, and that I know is a custom custom key bind. You probably don't have it under Alt L, but for me, if I put just a selection here and I hit Alt L, now I have multi cursor at the end of all of those lines, except for that last one, for some reason. Anyway, the other one is to add cursors above and below. I do this sometimes. It's Control. You just do Control Alt and then either up or down. So I'll click here and I'll do Control Alt down, and now I have a cursor at the beginning of every line, right? Or I might start at the bottom and do Control Alt up. Now I've done the same thing. So The most common thing that I'll do though is either select something and hit Control D, or I'll put a cursor, and then if you Alt click, everywhere you Alt click, you're adding another cursor. And I'm not sure what the command is for that. Alt click somewhere here. Add. Yeah, I don't know. I just know it's Alt click. Alt left click adds a cursor. Anyway, super useful. Super useful to know. And it's not just VS Code that has this. I think Visual Studio has some of this stuff, and I'm sure other editors like Sublime have this too. So you basically want to look whatever editor you're using to see if it has a list of commands that either are for adding cursors or adding selections. You want to look for those kinds of things. Oh, and I'm dropping a lot of frames. I just dropped 219 frames, so if the stream got interrupted for you... Oh, and we're dropping more. Dropping lots of frames. Why am I doing it in all caps? Dropping lots of frames. Sorry. So now I dropped 312 frames. So you think Sublime had multiple cursors in it first, now everyone else has them? They're super, super useful. Alright, anyway, I have that in place. Let's run the tests again. And it's still... it's failing in a different spot now. It got down to this line. Okay, so I'm probably going to just step through this. This is usually where it breaks. The internet's so bad. You're seeing any difference? Oh, okay. I can tell you from my end when I start to see the drop frames counter go up. They go in spurts. Like, it's not just I drop 1 or 2 frames. I'll drop like 2 or 3 seconds worth of frames at once. So I know for you guys that's going to show up as like all of a sudden everything stops and stutters. Yeah, the stream will rubber band, that kind of thing, yeah. It's probably someone downloading something and my packets got held up somewhere. Alright, I think I'm just going to step through the those delegates I made. Down below. Oh, forgot to mute my phone. Muted. Right here, we're going to do a debug. And we never got to that line, so that's a problem. Why am I not getting to that line? I'm wondering if it has to do with that. Pesky kids interrupting my stream with their newfangled video games and social media. Well, you kids go outside, get some sunlight. Back in my day, we went outside and hit each other with sticks, and we liked it. I need to work. My old man voice is not very good today. All right. The problem right now is I need to figure out why we're not hitting this breakpoint. If I misspelled one of these, that would explain it. Hold on. The component type is quest. That's correct. This is a table name. So that doesn't matter. That is just given to us as... Actually, that's not even given to us. Maybe that's the problem. Where do I use this complex bindings? I should just put a breakpoint there and find out. Component complex elements. Yeah, right here. Let's just go here and run the test again. There we go. Okay, it found it. The table name is quest reward item. It finds the mapping. It goes through the mapping. This is inserting an empty prepared statement handle. That's fine. So it's inserting empty statements. Okay, and then it's going to go into this function. Okay, so I might have had an error in building the statement. Yep, there was an error. What's the error? Build result error. 8 values for 9 columns. Okay, so I constructed the statement incorrectly. Fair enough, fair enough database. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I'm not counting that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Up. 9. Let's count here. Well, those don't need to match. So that was the problem. I had not enough placeholders. Run it again. Oh, look at that. We passed it. Now we have a problem with update. So it didn't find the initial one? Is that what it's telling me? This means it didn't... Oh, the entity number's wrong. 523. There we go. I make that mistake way too frequently. Does a full 10 seconds? Yeah, so you might have to refresh the stream to kill the delay. Okay, got further. Oh, wait. This is different. Oh, because the select is different, it's 523. Yeah. My bad. Run it one more time. Hey, it all passed. We have quests migrated. Woohoo! 1 down, 4 to go. Done. Ka-ching. 4 more and then profit, right? I never added my key here. Okay. Let's check this in. Right. Where did I check? Where's the checkoff for the thing I just did, though? Oh, I didn't hit save. There it is. Okay, so this is work in progress migrating. That doesn't need to be capitalized. Migrating ECS data from JSON to SQLite. Add quest tables. Done. Progress. They all passed. Something must be wrong. Yeah, you would maybe be nervous. So would I. That maybe something's wrong with my test is not catching it. No, but I'm making the same common mistakes. I'm just making them a little less frequently as we go. By the end, won't be as bad as I thought it would be. What do we want to do next? I'm scared of doing dialogue. That's like multiple tables. Maybe NPC next, because it had something similar to Quest. Let me change the current task then. Migrating game NPC data. And I can afford to put another line here. Non-player character. There we go. Well, I don't know. At the rate I go, because I interact with chat, I get maybe 2 of these done per day. And if I have 4 more, that means probably another 2.5 streams. So it's almost as a relative definition. Seeing as how I've been working on this for a couple weeks, yeah, if we're only 2.5 days done, we're almost done. But if you're expecting me to get it done today, probably not. All right, let me look at NPCs. So collapse the data here. Let me look at NPCs. How bad can it be, right? It can be pretty bad. Okay, I need to be careful because some of this data is obsolete. I think waypoints was obsolete. I don't think we need to capture that. Let me make sure. Waypoints shouldn't appear anywhere. Yeah, we're not... So that's obsolete. We don't need to worry about that. I think it was just weapon. Anchor we can deal with in the simple mapping with a composite key anchor.x, anchor.y. That should handle that, right? Weapon... Actually, hold on. This might be easier than I thought, because that we could also do with compound keys. Weapon.ab, weapon.db. Yeah, why don't I just do this without any complex mapping? So this is easier than I thought then. Why did I think this was hard? Oh, because it's got an aggro list. Yeah. It has an aggro list, so that needs to be handled. But that can be using an array element. So I can do this. I can do it. We just need to have a test for this. Let me go to Quest. And next to quest. Sure, we can just copy paste quest. Call it NPC, and then go to the make file, and putting it in the right place alphabetically this time. NPC CPP. Tell this one to reload the build system. Hey there, Spheres. How are you doing today? And I forgot to say hi to a bunch of other people. My apologies. I didn't say hi to Yesopy. And not for Benny. Or not for Ben. I didn't say hi to you either. And Eben Yeager. I'm looking for your chat button. Oh, there it is. You said progress. Yes, progress. Progress indeed. Hey there, you. How do I say your name? Is it Suni? Suni? Hi. That name unfortunately trips me up a little bit because of the double O. Suni, or is it S-Uni? Hi. How are you doing? All right. Migrating data. If you're just joining, I'm in the middle of moving my game's entity component system from being stored in JSON to being stored in an SQL database, SQLite specifically. Although the schema I use is pretty generic. And I am down to 4 categories of component whose data I have not yet created the migration code for. And I'm working on NPCs right now. I'm sorry, I butchered your name. Suni. I think that's as best as I can do. So, let me know if you have any questions, but I am basically moving data between how it stores it now and how it's going to store it in the future. We're on step 1. We're putting code in parallel with the current JSON data storage format to also store it in an SQLite database so that I can drop the database and just be talking to that, drop the JSON and just be talking to the database. Hopefully not drop the database. Non-Latin characters. Yeah, but Twitch has this nice feature where there's a Latinized handle for it, which is nice. Or is just A in your nick. Oh, not a Ben? I keep forgetting 4 is the elite version of that capital A. I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong. Not a Ben. But that's as good as I can do. Is it more like Sunny? Yeah, pronunciation is difficult, especially for people like myself, who only knows one language. It's easier for your multilingual. 2 names are completely unrelated and not translatable, or Latinization. I see. Or Romanization, the correct term. Okay, it's good to know the correct terms. You have 1 chance, you've already blown it. Yeah, I usually do that. I blow my 1 chance, that's fine. Hopefully I get another chance later. Or, you know, you can always get a 2nd chance, right? Okay, NPC. Have to do with persisting all the non-player characters in the game. It's a tall order, right? We need to persist all the non-player characters. They could be monsters, they could be friends, they're just not controlled by players. So I want to replicate an NPC here with some interesting fields in C++ instead of JSON, but we're building a JSON object in essence. And I may have some key names for these, I might not. I don't remember. Let's look at key name. Oops. Key names. Key names. Thank you. Pin that file. All right. Oh wow, the only thing I have is that one. This is the only one that actually has a name attached to it. That's the lone one. Okay, anyway, all the commas become all the colons become commas. And then running down this list, all of these become brace. Go over a word. I need to fix this cursor. Oh. Okay, that's not what I wanted. All right, let's try that again. Go over one word, and then except for this one, which should go there, We are, what am I doing here? Actually, why did I put the cursor there? I could just put it at the end. Brace. No, before the comma, put a brace. There we go. Okay, and then for aggro, that is a JSON array. And we're going to put stuff in there just to make it interesting. We'll put some of my favorite prime numbers. There we go. All right. This anchor is a JSON object, which internally needs to be another set of braces on each element. Like so. I think I got it mostly done. So we're dropping waypoints because it doesn't matter anymore. And this is another JSON object. And then each one of these is a brace. And then, except for that last one, put a cursor there, there. There, done. Some of my favorite prime numbers, like 2, 3, 5, and 7. You're partial to 997? That's a nice one. Is that the largest prime number that's less than 1,000? What would be your favorite prime number? I think my favorite is 2, because it's the easiest to understand. It's all of the even numbers have 2 as one of their factors. Easy to remember. 419 or 421, I see. That's your favorite? I don't know, is 3854 prime? No, because it's divisible by 2. Curses. Is 13531 a prime number? I don't know. You need to tell Adam would know this. 13531 is prime? No. Bummer. Now, is Primogen prime, though? Yes. But he's not a number. Alright, enough streamer jokes. Let's see. I could keep this exactly as is. This is fine, right? Are any of these obsolete? I think guide is obsolete. I don't think I actually use that field anymore. This isn't a test, though. This is not the real thing. What test is this? NPC move to entity? Wow, is this test still sets an obsolete field? Interesting. Yeah, we don't use that field anymore for NPC movement. How do we know something is a guide or not? Hold on. I forget how this works. I need to look at like NPC AI, for example. How do we know if something is if an NPC is a guide or not? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they all move the same. I rewrote this code. That's the problem. Okay. Streamer's a dad, and the streamer tells jokes. Jokes are dad jokes? Yeah, I guess so. Hey there, Mud Ribbit. Every joke I tell must be a dad joke because I am a dad. Oh, guiding is a flag. Interesting. I don't have that. Let's do that. Guiding. We'll make it false. Pursuing enemy is also a flag we need. Okay. False. Yeah, all of these need to be captured. I have to be very careful about this. Wait timeout is also not present here. 2. 2 is a nice number. How about make it real? 2.1. So I should really be searching for NPC dot, shouldn't I? And I should be looking in Lua. That's where this really matters. Okay, so we have class. I don't have that either. I'm missing a lot of stuff. How come this wasn't in the data here? How come there's no NPC? Oh, because that one doesn't have an NPC class. Okay. Some of them do, some of them don't. So, like, the slime has a class number. Oh, there's also loot table. Okay, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be my complex table. That's why it was passing on NPC, because they have loot tables. Hey there, Anakin Luke. Hi. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge just to find out what we need to persist about NPCs. So we have aggro range, we have anchor, we have attackable at. Do we still have at? Do we have NPC at? We do. Action time. There's an action time and there's a next action time. It's interesting that... Oh, because those have default ones and this is a non-default one. So there's at, action time, attackable, dialogue, guiding, and so guide is obsolete. But we have guiding, guide range... Okay, so I should just go back to searching for this. We have loot. So let's just add loot. Loot. And I will pull from our green slime friend here. He's got loot. That is a JSON object. No, it's an array of objects. Even better. So this will be multiple rows. Alright, and so let's pretend we have more than one. Well, let's make one first. That is a comma. Go to the end. Let's add a comma there. That. And this internal one is a JSON array. Like that. Okay, and then if I have two of these, so let's say they drop money half the time, but then 1% of the time they drop a chicken. I like chicken. So this will be chicken. It's food. And either one or two chickens, right? Let's put it in a completely different tile and tile set. 85. There we go. Money or chicken, that's right. Money most of the time, chicken some of the time. Attackable, I have that. Aggro, we have that. Let's make this bigger. I'm looking for fields of NPC we don't have listed. Aggro range, I have that, yes. Travel abort, what's that? Travel abort. Is that a persistent field? Oh, yeah, it is modified there. Why do I do that? Oh, okay, so it's so then the next time they try to act, they run through the travel abort script. Okay, so I do need that then. Okay, good to know. Need travel abort. Travel abort. False. Pursuing. Oh, right, because one is an entity. No. One is a flag and the other one is a string? Why did I have... Oh, because you might be pursuing something to fight them, or you might just be pursuing a target location, right? Right, so this is, what is it when it's not... I guess it's just not present. So let's just put, I don't know. Anchor. Let's just say it's going home. Pursuing the anchor. I have tether min, I have tether max, I have pursuing. How does it... Oh, pursuing enemy probably looks at the aggro list? Let's see. Yeah. Oh no, if pursuing is a number. Ooh. Pursuing can be a number or a text. Why did I do it that way? Why did I do it that way? I don't know. NPC pursuing. So it could be travel, it could be anchor, or it could be a number, apparently. Where do I assign it to a number? Right here. Pursuit ID. And that's one of the arguments to pursuit start. Yeah. Actually, which one is it? 1, 2, 3. It's the fourth argument. 1, 2. So in those tests, they're strings. But in the real thing, what is it? That's pursuing the anchor. Right. So here, enemy is an entity number. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. With SQLite, it should be okay, though. It just means that the type could be a string or it could be a number. That's fine. So it could be a string or it could be a number, right? Does that mean I'll want to have two tests, one for string, one for number? Or do I care? I don't know if I care. I'll need to check its type when I write it out, though, when I do the binding column. Yeah, okay, anyway. Just thinking ahead. What was I down to? Pursuing enemy. I'm just seeing if there's anything. There's wait timeout. I have that one. Path. There's a path. Ooh, is that a complicated one? npc.path. I think that might be a complicated one. Yeah, okay, that's a complicated one. That's an array of tuples, I think. An array of arrays, really. Oh, and that's in the test. How do we actually use it for real? It could be null. Right, it's an array in Lua. An array-like table. Yeah, and it's an array of arrays. Okay. So if I were to set this up, pursuing anchor, there would be a path, which is a JSON array of JSON arrays with path elements in it, like 1, -3. And maybe after you get to 1, -3, you go to 4, -8 or something. I don't need it to be that many things. So that's path. What's the best way to do an RPG inventory system? The way I did it, I don't know if it's the best way, but let me show you. I have, let me find the tables. So if it's just like my game where it's a very simple inventory, I'm logged out due to inactivity. I need to log in again. Hold on. Authorize me again. But it's a simple inventory system where it's just an array of references. Then what I've done here is I just have, in addition to the player table, there's a player inventory table, and it's a many-to-many relationship. You can consider the primary key to be the combination of the player and the slot number. And then the third column is the thing in the slot, which is nullable. So, for example, there would be 5 rows for my player. 2 of them have null elements, and the other 3 have the entity references of the gold, the chicken, and the firework. And the slots would be, you know, just indices, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. That's the way I'm doing it. Something more complex like this kind of a system where you have different types of equipment. The way I've modeled that is just adding the type in addition to slot index. The reason I keep the slot index is, for example, you might be able to equip 2 rings. So I might want to have 2 ring slots, and the slot allows you to keep them in the right order. But then the type lets you say it's a ring, or it's a main hand weapon, or a helmet, or something. So yeah, I don't know if this is the best way, but the way I'm doing it is with there's 1 row in the player table for your player, and then for every slot in your inventory, you have a row in a different table, and it has a foreign key basically to map back to which player it's for. And then we have to remember the slot index, and then we remember the thing that's in that slot. So that's the way I'm doing it now. Now, the things in the slots themselves, their information is stored separately, of course, and in another table called item, where we remember what kind of item it is, and what's its name, and how many of it do you have, and then what's its max stack quantity. The items table itself, do you have a lot of nullable columns? Some of them are nullable, like the note attached to an item. Like this money has no note, but the sword does. It says, etched into the pommel of this sword. Actually, I can't see it because it's too large. Etched into the pommel is this name, Raimu, so that's a note. But the chicken and the gold don't have a note, so note is nullable. But, and I suppose max quantity could be nullable too if it's, you can only hold one of it. You don't need it. And so could quantity, actually. So some of these could be nullable. Some of them might not be. Despawn time is nullable because that only applies when the item is going to despawn after a timeout. Something like gold won't have hit points. Well, I don't have item... No items have hit points, so I don't even have a column for hit points for an item. Items are stored in a separate table from characters entirely. Like characters that have hit points, so that's where you'd find the hit points, is under the table character. Now, something could be both an item and a character. Then what you'd have is the same entity key is in both tables. So conceivably, a character that it's also an item, like a sentient sword, might be a character and an item because it has hit points. It would just have a row in both tables. It would have a character row, and it would have an item row. And that goes back to the design of my game's entity component system. So if I were to show you my character and its inventory, let's close this other character. This sword right here, if I go to that entity, there are two components attached to it, item and tile, right? Item is how many of it do you have? What's its name? You know, what are its attributes like? Oh, I forgot attributes, actually. That's a problem. I forgot a bunch of these other things for weapons. I need to go back and do that. Anyway, everything that is item specific. Tile is how it shows up in the world. So you could have an item that's invisible, and that's just an item entity that only has an item component and no tile component. So if you wanted to make an item into a character, you would just add a third component, a character component, and then you can assign it hit points. And then it can participate in any game systems that work with characters, so maybe the item now can be attacked. It could lose hit points, it could die, that kind of thing. So it's just the division of data for an entity into different component types, and then whether an entity has a component or not, that dictates what game systems it can participate in and what semantics the entity has. So if an entity doesn't have a character component, it can't have hit points. If something is... doesn't have a tile component, then you can't see it. Could you put a player in an inventory? Yeah. The way I've designed it, it's pretty open right now. The player inventory, only the element is an entity reference. So you can put anything in your inventory. Now, you'd only see it if that entity had a tile component. So, for example, I could put an NPC in my player's inventory. It would be allowed. Let's see what actually... This might be entertaining. Let's do it. I need to find the entity ID of the sword giver. They are entity 14051. So I could hack my inventory to add entity 14051 to it. This way. Go to my player and in the items, add 14051. Now I have the guard in my inventory. And it didn't show up because of a bug, I think. Actually, maybe it just doesn't work. Refresh. It was 150. Did I type the number right? 14051. Interesting. That should have worked. Oh, maybe because it has to be an item to show up. That might be why. So it has to. If I make the sword giver also an item. So let me find an item that I can steal. Actually, I can hard code this, right? I can make the sword giver also. Actually, if I make him an item, you could pick him up. Let me just so that no one screws with him, I will move him into this room, and I'll move my character into that room also. And I will go there myself. I think if I made him an item, I could pick him up into my inventory. So let me test this theory. Let me remove his reference from here. Null. Submit. That updated? Yeah, and then if I just make the sword giver also an item, name sword giver, type NPC, quantity 1, max quantity 1. All right, now I think I can pick him up. Oh, I picked him up. Look, he's in my inventory. He's trash. I can then drop him. Oh, wait a second. If I drop him, he'll get a despawn timer, which would be dangerous. So what I can do is I can find him in the player's inventory and just drag him out into the world again, like that. And now he's free to walk around now again. There you go. So I put... So you can do the same thing with the player. I think things could get really weird because picking up an item removes its position from the world. And I think if you were a player and you got picked up and put into someone else's inventory, since your position disappears, I think that would break the rendering system because you also have a camera which requires a position. So I think really odd things would happen to you if you got put into someone else's inventory. But this demonstration is to prove that fundamentally something is an item, whether something's an item or not is purely does it have an item component, and then it can participate in any game system that requires item components, including I could pick it up, I could see him in my inventory because he added a tile. So even if it doesn't make sense, the entity component system doesn't strictly care about things making sense. It's just does an entity have a component attached to it or not, and then the game system can get and modify that data. So before I release him into the wild, I'm going to make him no longer an item. All right. So now if I go try to pick him up, I can't, right? And now no one can pick him up by accident. I can then move him back into the world here, and I'll move my player as well back into the world. There we are. If someone puts you in a pocket, you can't see anything. Yeah, exactly. But I think it actually might cause script errors because I bet you I have an assumption, at least in one place, that if you are a player, you also have a position. If you got put into someone's inventory, your position is destroyed. It would probably break a script or not, or it would probably break at least one script. In fact, I wonder if I had script errors just because I had... Oh yeah, look at that. I had a bunch of script errors because probably the guard was stuck in my inventory for a while. Yeah, see? Attempt to index null value position. Basically, while the guard was in my inventory, he was trying to find enemies, and it assumed that he had a position in the world. Because he didn't, because he was in my inventory, the script broke. So yeah, scripts that assume things are in the world will break when you take them out of the world. All right. I need to make sure I have all the components, or else we'll have problems with things not being saved. Pursuing, yes. Guiding. I had guiding, right? Yeah. Wait, timeout. Looks like an ASCII game. It's sort of an ASCII with tile graphics attached to it. You could make this into ASCII if instead of a 32 by 32 pixel tile, you just picked an ASCII character. Yeah, you could make an ASCII rendering of this, and it would work the same way because they are distinct 2D grid cells, just like you could generate with ASCII. So actually, it might be an interesting exercise to have an ASCII camera version of this. I would have to go into my game's tile sets, and in addition to a graphic, I have to assign an ASCII character, and then it would be possible to make an ASCII camera for the game. But yeah, essentially it is. The view is very simple. You could do this in ASCII, and then everything else would just work just as is. Maybe I should do that. I like that idea. Can I borrow your idea? And that's not what I put into my clipboard. Let me try that again. I'm going to take your idea and give you a couple points for it, for it. Then if I ever do it, I can credit you for giving me the idea. Yeah, because why be forced into using a graphics renderer when you could do this in ASCII? It might be harder to understand, but why not? The nameplates would not be possible easily, right? If we dropped the nameplates, it would be a lot easier. Also, the health bars. It would be hard to envision how you do a health bar in ASCII. But otherwise, yeah, totally could. All right. Do I have weapon? I do. Oh, I just realized I forgot the item's weapon and armor attributes are not persisted correctly. I need to remember to do that. I think I had a checkbox in here for double checking. Redesign save. Right, add save to the player table, right, double check. Right, this I know for a fact, armor and weapon attributes are probably missing. Yeah, okay. I already had a good thing I already had a to-do list item for that. I'm just looking to see in my Lua scripts, does it expect NPC components to have certain attributes? We need to make sure that they're listed here because this is all the data we're going to persist in the database. I have class in there, right? I don't. I'm missing class. Class 13531. That's an inside joke, by the way. If you don't get it, then I don't blame you. Seeing as how Adam13531 has been working on making classes in his entrepreneurial endeavor. Oh, we have a bunch of these things. On guide wait, on guide abort, on guide completion. Okay. There's on completion and there's also on guide completion. Seriously? Why? Is this obsolete? NPC.that. Okay, that might be obsolete. Yeah, that might be obsolete. It looks like I renamed it on guide completion. Yeah, it looks like it. There's on travel completion. On travel abort. Okay. So let's say that this is guide completion. And then there was abort. And then there was one other one, right? Let's go back up. Actually, before I lose this spot, I need travel abort travel completion. Travel. All right. These ought to be different. Abort guide, abort travel. Why did I type it only once? I need it twice. That should go there, shouldn't it? That should go there. Guide. Travel should go there. I'm being nitpicky right now. My apologies. Shouldn't be so nitpicky. And on guide wait. Yes. You have no diplomacy. You mean as a character attribute? Maybe you will in the future. Should be nitpicky. It's my code. Yeah, I am the one who has to debug it. But really, for the names, the contents of strings, it really doesn't matter in this unit test. It just needs. I just need to make sure whatever I put in here has to come out in the select out here, right? I could put foo if I wanted here, but I'm trying to make it more realistic. Because when I come back and read this later, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's what that's for. These are all callbacks, Lua callbacks in essence. It's saying when we're done traveling, call this Lua script and pass along any arguments from the travel routine. On guide abort, on guide completion. What else do I have here? Wait time. Wait, time out. I have both? Aha. So I have wait time and wait time out. 4.3. Because we can. Oh, wait time is how long the NPC will wait for you if he's guiding you. And then timeout is that time plus the current time. So that's like a timer. Got it. If it works, don't touch it until it breaks. Yeah. Good motto. I like that. I agree. I'm going to go from the top down in this file. I'm looking for matches. Okay, guide range. Do I have that one? And guiding. Guide range, guiding. Yes, I have those. I'm kind of not looking forward to the tediousness of I have to have a column definition in the database for every one of those dang things. Can I just skip to another file and then go back to find? Oh, look at that. So N was standing for name, right? Yeah. Travel. I don't have travel. That is a list of lists again, so it kind of looks like path. Like that. But let's make the numbers different. Let's make it like 7, -15, and then back to -12. So large distance traveling here. There we go. All right. Okay, hold on. Lost my train of thought. Okay, sorry. It looked like I stared at my computer for a while. It was I lost my train of thought. Back on guide, right? I just store a ton of variables for NPCs. NPCs are very complex things. I think I was going to these various scripts to see if there are any attributes I'm missing. Class, loot. Okay, that's easy. Move. What are we using move? We have pursuing, and we have anchor, and we have next action time. I have next action and next wander times, yes. Okay, keep continuing on. What's pursuit got in it? Step. Oh, I don't have step. That step is used to index the path, right? So I have step, and that's going to be a simple index, like 1 or something. Right, that's how we pursue along basically, we do pathfinding and record it in path, and then step is we use that to go from one step to another. Path, step, pursuing enemy. Okay, we all got all that. Okay, next one, spawning. Yeah, that's just using class. Okay, moving on. Travel. Travel aboard. I have travel and travel aboard? Yes. On travel aboard, on travel completion, yeah. Okay. Wait. That's next action time and action time. I have those, right? Yeah. The wait script for NPCs is very easy. It just says don't act until the next action time. Wander. Next wander time. Wander time min and max. I don't have those, do I? I am missing those. Wander time min. 2.0, I guess, and then like wander time max. 3.0. Or let's do something more realistic, 5 or something like that. Okay, next script. Actually, rolled back to the top. I didn't start at the top. I probably should have. So there's the aggro table. What other hits do we have? Aggro range. This is aggro and aggro range. We have the aggro table, we have aggro range. Good. Next table, next script. Guiding, pursuing enemy, wait timeout, travel, path, weapon. I have weapon, right? Weapon. Next action time. Travel aboard, pursuing. Yeah, I think I have all these. Probably down to the last few that I'm missing. Unless I got them all. Anchor, tether max. I have tether max. Yes. Yep. This is how they restrain themselves. They don't go beyond their tether. All right. Attack. Next action time, weapon, class, name. How about enemy? Class and class. You can see particles. Yeah, that's a known issue. I never got around to fixing that. Yep. We know about that. Sorry. Thank you for reporting it again, though. It's one of the many things on my list of things to fix. So if you ever want to see what I already have as far as issues, known issues, I try to keep them here in the GitHub issues list. So let me show you. I'll go there now, and I'll just search for particle. Particles appear in obscured areas. So yeah, a hit effect will show up even if position is obscured. So yeah, it looks like I've left that sit for many months now. Hopefully I'll finish it before it's a year old. Yeah, and feel free to, if you find an issue that's not listed in GitHub there, you can always create one either there, or you can also do it in game with this button here. You can say new ticket. You can report a bug and just describe it here. And I'll probably create a GitHub issue that backs it. And it's all good. Oh, you don't have to say sorry. It's a normal thing for the same issue to be reported many times. It actually helps me gauge on how interested people are in certain issues. Like if it gets reported a lot of times, I start to think, people are noticing this issue more. Maybe I bump the priority of it, right? But if there's an issue in there that no one ever reports, that only I know about, I'll probably put it on the back, leave it on the back burner for a long time because it doesn't need to be done. It's not, no one notices it, right? So the more noticeable something is, the more I get reports. It's good to hear the reports. Enemies. Find enemy. Doesn't use any of the... And then George is a special case, right? Yeah. Guide. This is the first one I started with. I think I'm done then. I've identified all the variables. There are quite a few of them. There's a lot. This is going to be painful. So there's one array. This is a array of objects. So that's going to be another table. This I can collapse down. Is this a complex enough mapping? I can't remember if my array mapping handles this. I don't think it does. So I think I need a complex mapping for loot tables. I'm going to need... I don't think I have array of arrays, so that's going to be more complex table mappings, 2 of them. Weapon can be collapsed because it's just weapon.ab.db, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, gonna be painful. I guess we'll just do it. So destroying an enemy. How many tables am I gonna have? Oh, I should do the schema first. Schema first. N comes before P. So it would go here, NPC. It's gonna be a doozy, as the boomers say. I guess what I'll do is just grab this whole dang thing and copy and paste it all right in there in all its ugly glory. And then get a cursor on every line. Actually, I don't want it on every line. Oh, I just messed up the multi-cursor. Okay, forget that. Just go to all these lines. Actually, I can do beginning. I can do that. No, that's not going to work. I can do that, and then I can do find with regular expression beginning of line there. I didn't like that. Probably because that's a special character. There we go. I did it. So then I can do get the cursor out and just, oh, it changed it again. It removed that in front. Wait a minute. How come it's not remembering that character in front? When I hit escape, it's forgetting that. Okay, I don't like that. Can I, from here, can I do I want to like select all. Is there no select all here? Oh, there we go. Now it remembers it. So select all of those. Cool. That's what I want, because then I want to do a Control L, Alt L, beginning of line. There we go. So they're at the head of every one of these lines. So then I can say delete one, go one word over, and delete everything else on the line. Right, and then I can just at my leisure delete all this extra crap, right? And these essentially are the column names that I need. At least some of them. Oh, I need to move the commas. Okay, so all quotes followed by a comma. Select them all and then put the commas inside. The last one, remove the comma. There we go. All right. Some of these don't go in the top level table, right? Aggro doesn't, because it's an array. So remove aggro. Anchor does, but it's two fields. It's anchor X and anchor Y. Loot does not. Path does not. Travel does not. And weapon does not. And then this, we should just give it a name. This is dialogue. All right. So now let's make the names more readable. This is action time. This is name. This is next action time. This is next wander time. The rest of them are self-explanatory. Okay, so there's one beefy table, right? Oh, and I need the entity as the primary key. That's important. Let's not remember that. All right, and then I need an auxiliary table. Try saying that word. I have a problem with the word auxiliary. I need one of these for every one of the complex tables here. So like aggro, we need one. And this is going to follow the entity slot format. And enemy. So that's one table. That's the aggro list, right? Next is the loot table. Loot. So what we got in loot? It actually looks a lot like a item template. So I'm going to steal from the quest item template, which I did already, and we're just going to pull that in. It makes me think I could maybe combine those two tables somehow. Alright, so order doesn't matter for the loot table, does it? So I'm just going to drop the orderness of the array. It's not necessary. We're just going to have a it's going to be a one-to-many, and reward we don't need, right? Oh, but what if I have the same entry twice? Does that actually make sense? No, I think that what I'll do is probably key by, like, I would select by the name. And I wouldn't have the same thing in the loot table twice. Because it doesn't make sense. Actually, no, it does make sense. You might have a small quantity of gold as a common drop, but then as a rare drop, you might have a large sack of gold, and then the name would be the same. So maybe I do need to I need to distinguish these somehow. Maybe I do put an index in here. How about index? I don't know. I need a name for position. Position? Slot? I guess I'll just go with slot. Even though I don't really need it to be a slot, it's an index into this array. Okay, but then I don't need reward. But I have max... Oh, I need chance instead of reward. So it's... Yeah, chance is a real number. There we go. So chance, and then all of the things that an item... And an item could... a loot item entity could have an item and a tile component. Encapsulated by all this stuff here. Including a note, possibly. Yeah. Alright. That covers loot. And now I need path, travel, and... Oh, weapon, I could have put weapon in here. Yeah, let's put weapon in here. Weapon, it just has many different attributes to it. There's attack bonus. Damage bonus. Damage die, as in dice, and then damage rolls, the number of rolls of that die. So like 2d6 plus 4 to compute damage, right? The traditional Dungeons and Dragons way of computing damage. No comma at the end. All right. So then the only tables I'm missing are path and travel, right? Let's keep them separate. I was starting to think I should maybe have a same table for both, but let's keep them separate. All right, let's call the first one path. It's an array of arrays. I can do this. Each one of these can be a row, right? So this is a step. And then in the step, there is an X and a Y. Alright, and then I just need travel in here. I could make these in the same table, but I'm not going to because they're just coincidentally the same format, but they mean something different. Pretty quick of moving around editing. I'm not using Vim, I'm using Visual Studio Code. VS Code. I have nothing against Vim, it's just that for years I've been using Visual Studio, and then I transitioned to Visual Studio Code about 2 years ago. And transitioned because I want to have the same muscle memory. I want to apply it to Linux and Mac. And it's pretty easy to do with VS Code. You could have the same muscle memory adaptation for Vim. I just personally just don't prefer Vim, although I have friends who do love Vim, so... one way you can kind of tell that I'm not using Vim is I'm also using the mouse a lot. With Vim, usually everything is on the keyboard. Look at that. My time to take a break is approaching. So, thank you, timer. I'm using work array. If I'm trying out this program, it reminds me every hour and a half to take a break. It's about to pop up something to say, you should take a break. I'm going to wait and see what it actually does when the timer runs out. There we go. You need a rest break. And it actually won't let me click on the window. It's like, heh, you need a rest break. Okay, so I'm going to go take a break for 3 minutes. And I'll be back. Let me start the timer. And BRB. I'll be right back, folks. I'm back. And look, the break timer is back up to an hour and a half. All right. Yeah, I need to make a command for it. Thank you, Nui. Let me make a command for this to explain what's going on. So add com work rave. Raimu is trying out an app, a Windows app, a Windows Linux app. A Windows, so Nui, you would appreciate this. It's a Windows Linux open source app named Work Rave, which how come it's not wrapping? Which helps. Okay, that definitely will wrap. Which helps remind him when to take breaks to avoid eye strain and repetitive motion injuries. Every so often, it will remind him to take a break. Let's put a link in there too. This thing has an about screen, right? About. It does have a link. Look at that. Copy link address. And it didn't actually copy it. Do I have to have the preference of the about screen open for me to be able to copy it? Copy link address. It doesn't actually copy it. What if I open link and then copy it from my browser? That works better. There we go. Work party at work? Never. Except maybe you want work rave instead. Yeah, I don't know why it's called work rave. But another viewer, it was Raz818, I think, recommended I try it out. So I'm trying it out. So let's add that command and test it out. Work rave. Okay, that sounds good to me. So then if someone wonders what that little window is, I will people can run the command to explain what it is. And I need to work on making the font size bigger because it's barely legible for you guys. I need to like probably double or triple the font size on that guy. Work grave? Because it puts you in the grave? I could also just add it to the stretch command or break command. What if I do alias com break? What's break actually? Oh yeah, let's rename that one. Let's delcom that one. Actually, that break is alias to stretch, right? I can't remember if editcom will work on an alias, so let me just find where it is in the list. So break is an alias to stretch. I'll just edit it directly here. Wants to get in the habit of stretching at least every few hours. So instead of reminding him, he's now using an open source, or he's trying out an open source app. Trying out the Work Rave app, which reminds him to do this. Update. Hey, there's Gadam in game. What's Gadam up to? $954 gold. Because I'm in a generous mood, let's make it so you can actually hold on to 10,000 gold instead of 1,000. There you go. And I'll make it so that you can hold more. Oh, that's okay. You have 10 out of 10 fireworks. You have 2 pieces of armor, my friend. Did you know that? Killing slime since you can't go anywhere else. As a break kind of a thing, I could make a new area with a new NPC. Right? I should maybe do that once in a while to get in. Need to get into the habit of thinking about what new content I'm going to be adding. and not be so tied to the engine all the time. I think I got this though, right? There are now how many tables? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables for NPCs. The loot table is a bit much. The main one though is the top level table. It's just got a lot of columns into it. You know, I'm a little bit wary of is that the way I've programmed the mappings from JSON to SQLite, an update updates every single column all the time. But usually where we're going to be updating are just a few of these at once. So I probably need to make an optimization pretty soon that will update just one column of one table, not the entire row. Because otherwise it's going to be a lot of unnecessary bindings, right? Yeah. Oh, another thing is for the note. For a quest reward, that needs to be nullable. This needs to be nullable. I didn't make it nullable. I'll go back and do that later. I just need to make a note to remember to do that. Make certain SQL columns nullable. So, for example, a quest reward item. Can I just use a dot something convention for this note? What else is here nullable? No, nothing of that. So if I find more, I'll add that to the list there. Got so many bugs with accidentally updating every column in a model, it's not even funny. Yeah, I'm just keeping it simple now. It's like, you need to update the NPC? Okay, we're doing an update of the entire row. So I'll probably optimize that. The optimization would require another kind of statement where we have to actually no, it would have to be, we'd have to have a prepared statement for every possible column you might update, or we just don't use prepared statements. I would think using a prepared statement would be preferable though, because we're probably going to do it more than once. But you can't parameterize a column name, I found out. So that means I'd have to have a different prepared statement for every single one of the columns that I want to change in separately, right? Which would be a pain to program, but maybe I could make some boilerplate code to automate that process a bit. Anyway, let's just bite the bullet and do the create component type. So when we create an NPC, we should get a whole bunch of junk out, right? So I will pull from the main table up here a copy of the whole thing. We're selecting all these things from the NPC, and maybe I will. Let's make one of these nullable on purpose. So that means on purpose I'm going to remove one of these. What to remove? Pursuing. How about pursuing? No, because that's those go together. Guiding. Guiding, it might be nullable. Let's remove guiding, and we'll expect guiding to be null. Now, is that the format of a select statement? I don't know, I'm getting tired. Looks like it is. All right. So we're going to have a lot of columns. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 31 basically, but from 0 to 30 columns that we're fetching. Oh, with this I didn't put the +1 thing in it. It's used directly. So it will be 1 to 31 that we're doing here. Oh, no, take that back. It is 0 base, so 0 to 31. Okay. This is going to be painful, because I basically got to copy all these values and fill in them all in the expectation here. Right? All this junk, and drop the table ones. the drop the loot table, drop the path, drop the travel. That's it, right? Everything else has a value, so this is gonna be painful. We gotta do it though. Aggro range is 10. That's an integer. Let me just drop all the old things here. Okay, and then let's set up, I need to go 30 times. And I gotta go run through and fill in all the numbers. How tedious this is. Okay, challenge. Is there a way to automate the process of filling in numbers like this? It would be really hard to put this in a loop because the actual values are different and the types are going to be different. Actually, wait a minute. I could automate that though. Yeah, what am I doing? I could automate this. I could make an array and iterate the array, and that's the loop variable, and the only things I need to have are values of type database abstractions value type, and instead of casting to the type, I can actually use a database abstractions value for the expectation. That would allow me to put null in there too. Yeah, why don't I do that? So it would be a struct of expected value. Sure, and then it's database abstractions value, and then the type, database abstractions value type. Yeah, why don't I just make a static const vector of these expected values, and then in here put all of this junk? Wouldn't that be smart? I think so. Grab all of that, paste it there, and then we'll write the code right here. So I need to have an index. Fetch column wants what? It wants an int, so we're going to make it an int. Int I equals 0, 4, const auto expected value and expected values. Then we'll just put this in there, and it becomes expected value dot value. And we don't need to cast it. We just do prepared statement fetch column I++. And then this becomes expected value dot type. I don't know why I didn't think of that before, but that's what we can totally do. Hey there, the real page. Learning DIOTS headache squared, but pretty cool. Apparently you guys know each other. That's cool. All right. Needs a semicolon. Sometimes you want to give it a second semicolon or maybe a third just to make sure it got it, the point, but compiler doesn't care. All right, so for all of these, let's see if I can do it with multi-cursor. Remove the comment, keep the brace, the value, so we don't need the name, so actually multi-cursor is going to be a pain in the butt here. I need to prepare this first. This should be x -3. Y11. Then I can drop this part. This is dialogue, right? Okay, and then this is a bunch of attack bonus 0. This is going to be a little bit of a painful part. Watch the same streams. Things are going difficult for me. Because I have a lot of tedious migration stuff to handle. I'm moving something that looks like this to fit into an SQL schema. So there's going to be one top level table for all of these scalars, and then for all the arrays and nested objects, there are going to be other tables. So all of the loot that NPCs in my game can drop will go into this loot table. And it came from a JSON array of JSON objects with fields. Now we're kind of collapsing in there. The entity slot combination is the key, and then these are all the values that go into here. So it's just a lot of tedious conversion here that I have to do. And I'm doing it with test-driven development, which means I do it once to construct the test case, and then I have to actually do the code that matches this. So it's a bit of tedious work, but it's all for a good cause, right? All right, so running down this list again. I don't need the name, so word right, left, delete. Then I can go to the end, back up a word, do. It cut off the quotes for my strings, didn't it? Okay, let's just go back one character. Comma, and then this has to be database abstractions value type something. Let's just, a lot of them are going to be integers. Actually, they won't be a lot of, they're all a mixture. We'll just put integer there. All right. So the integers are fine. That's a real though. This is a Boolean. Okay, and I need to repair all my strings. All of these got damaged. Okay, and then, so let me hit the Booleans first. Boolean. And I can remove that tab so you can see a little bit more of what I'm doing. Real numbers. Here. These four. Okay, and then these are all text. So that's text. There, and there. And then there was one that we left nullable, right? That was guiding, right? So after dialog and before guide range. I can't remember. I don't even know which one it is now. Okay, it's 2 before name. Well, before name is guide range. So this is guide range. Actually, I can just copy. I can just look from the top here. Yeah. So before guide range is guiding. So that's the one that's null. So above this one, there's a null. Null. Okay. So fetch column returns me one. Shouldn't I should be checking the type first, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should be testing the type. So const auto actual value equals that. Oh, so this should normally be an integer, but it might be null. So then I actually don't need to do this. Yeah, so forget that. We just do this expectation. Does our expected value, is it equal or equatable to what we fetch? I think that ought to be good enough. It's still, look how tedious this is. So we have so many columns. And here the order is important, so I almost want to attach a column name to each one of these. I don't know. Anyway, I have 4 more tables to do. My goodness, I have a lot of work to do. Where are the tables again? Oh, that's an old marker. Let me get rid of my old markers. It's from yesterday's work. Okay, so the tables are here. I have let's just copy the table schemas and paste them here. There are a bunch. All right, so we got aggro. So really all I care about is slot and enemy, right? So slot and enemy from MVC aggro, where entity is, I need to make sure the entity's number is the same. It's all 42 in this test, right? Oh no, it's not. Oh no, it is. It's 42 in this test. order by slot. Where entity is that? Okay, and so the expected columns here. Oh, and I have to make sure I don't use the same type names. So let's name expected aggro columns. And these are both integers, right? So it's just slot and enemy. And this would be expected aggro columns, expected aggro elements. And then I need to look at what the data was. So let me put that up here. That was here. 2, 3, 5, 7. My favorite prime numbers. So 0 is 2. 1 is 3, and then 5, and then 7. Actually, I wonder if I even need a slot, because these need to be unique anyway. What if I drop the slot number from aggro, and then basically treat it as a set? So it would just be that. So then I don't need slot at all, and I just select entity. So then this could just be a vector of ints. Simpler. So it's just 2, 3, 5, 7. There we go, easier. Okay, did I do everything correctly up here? I think so. Okay, but I have to order by enemy to get the correct order. Or I could do it by set. This is easier though. Expected aggro element from expected aggro elements. So we're going to step the statement, make sure we're not done, and then expect them to be equal. Expected aggro element should match when we cast to int the first column as an integer. Done. All right, and then that's one table down. 3 tables to go. We got the loot table. So, wait a second. Yeah. Copy that. I'm going to want to have comments for this. So, verify. Let's just call NPC aggro. And then I'll have this say NPC loot. What am I doing? I can just copy the whole table down there. There we go. All right, and then we're selecting all of these things. Right, so let's just get rid of the get rid of that, and then go one symbol over, comma, double quote, done. Get rid of that last comma. And this is NPC loot, where entity is something, order by slot. Okay, and then I need another structure here. Expected loot. Expected loot? That's fine. Expected loot. And then I need to repeat myself again. I need to take that, put that there, and give these all type names. So a lot of them are going to be integers, right? Let's take all the commas and replace it with semicolons. All right, and then this is a double. This is a string, or const character, star. And so is the type, and so is the name. I think I got it right. Quantity, max quantity, integers, those are integers. Okay, that looks good. So then we have expected loot elements. Step it, and then we're going to have 9 expectations here. Now, I could do the same scheme I was doing up here, right? Or have a value and a type. Maybe I should do that down here. I think I did that because it was easier to read. But I can't remember why. I don't remember why. Anyway, this needs to be a list of things, right? Based off of the actual data, which is here. We have gold and we have chicken. Already hungry. All right, let's massage this data to fit. Each one of these is a row. So that's the opening brace. And then it's just, actually I can just, what I can do is just go down this list here, delete to there, go to the end and put a comma there. And yeah, I can keep that last comma in there, right? And then just remove that and we're done. Same thing here. Removed all of that matter and then do that. And then, oh, I forgot about that. Quantity, there's actually two, oh, I messed up there. The, there's actually two quantities. It's quantity min and quantity max. I forgot about that. All right, so this is quantity, min quantity, max quant. There's also already a max. That'll be confusing. We can make this max stack quantity, and we can say max actual quantity. As in, you're going to get an actual quantity between the minimum and the maximum, but then you could stack more later to fit the max stack. I don't know, it's kind of weak. I don't know if I like it. Better than nothing though. So this is max stack quantity, and then I have min actual quantity and max actual quantity. Okay, because then this is 1 and 3. And this is 1 and 2. Like that. And that should fix all the red squigglies. Why am I still having a problem here? Oh, because I'm missing slot numbers. Slot 1 and slot 0. Hoping for that line to go away. It's not going away. No. I'm missing something. Slot, chance, max, slot, name, minimax. Oh, the note is missing. Ooh. I think didn't I want to make one of them nullable? Hold on. I wanted to put a note on one of these. Yes. How did I do notes again? That's under key names. It should... Oh, it's not even here. Do I even have that in... I might even have that in the game system. That would be NPC loot. Or... NPC attack? Attack? Where's the loot table stuff? Drop loot. Drop loot. Oh, yeah. So you can't attach a note to a loot drop item. Oh, well. Heyo, NYX. How are you doing today? I'm trying to fit this data from my game, which is the data for a an NPC, complete with its loot table, and make it fit into SQL, into tables that have this schema. It's a real tedious mess that I have to work through. My apologies if it's not the most interesting stream, but, you know, gotta get through this. So I don't need to worry about notes, because... So then I'm going to drop note from the schema here, because you actually can't have a loot item from an NPC have a note attached to it. Not possible. So one less thing to worry about. Where was I down here? Where was I? Indeed. Oh, aggro, loot. So there's no note. No note. Well, I'll be done in like a couple days, so might as well ask your question now. I don't want you to have to waste several days to ask me the question. And what if the question is like, do you think you should have done it this other way? And then I'll be like, I wish you would have suggested that earlier. Oh, yes, you'll wait. Okay. All right. I hope it's worth the wait. Okay, there's no note. Okay, I think it looks like I'm missing something. Slot, chance, max stack, name, minimax quantity, type, tile. Okay, no, it is correct. And the red squiggly went away. You're not doing too hot. Your table broke. Took your keyboard, headphone, cable, monitor, hard drive with it. Oh no. Seemingly boring stream or why you came to science and tech category. Okay. All right. I know a lot of people come to science and tech just to have someone talking in the background about technology and programming, that kind of thing. And they'd like to put it in the background. And I'm okay with that. That's fine. Surprised you didn't write a parser of some sort to create the table statements for you from the JSON. I think I'm just soldiering through, starting with what I did with the simple tables. It worked. And now I'm on the complex tables. And after this, I might step back and think, you know, I probably could have written a Python script to do that. A code generator script, right? I'll probably think that at the end. I'll be like, why didn't I do that? That would have made it so much nicer. I'm going to kick myself later for not doing it. Okay, this belongs down here. I'm going to want a section for NPC path, and I'm going to want a section for NPC travel. You go to learn something. Okay, I try to teach things, but I do have to balance my real work with teaching. So I try to take what I'm working on and make teaching moments of it. Like, if you want to make a simple table on the fly, you can define a structure type in your code, inside of a function. That's fine. In C++, you can do that. It's just that you can only use that structure like within the same function. You can even make global variables that have names that you can only see inside the function. Static const. Static means that it is a global variable. Const means you're not going to change it once you define its values. And it's the same thing as if I were to define this outside the function. It's just now it's only visible inside the function. You mean you're just tired of the basic Unity game dev stream on Science and Tech? I can understand that. Everyone needs or wants or likes different things about streams. So some people want more chattiness. Other people don't want so much chat. Some people want to see art. Some people want to see just raw code. Some people want a nice mixture. It could be you dislike or you like the sounds of in the stream, the overlay stuff, and a lot of different variables. And I can't please everybody, but thank you for trying my stream out, I guess. Hope you like what you see. Let me know if you have any questions. I have some common commands to answer some basic questions, so I don't have to explain everything, although I do enjoy it. So, for example, if you wanted to see what my stream was all about, you could check out that YouTube video. It's only 2 minutes long. Or you could log in and try my game right now. It's just test content only. I'm still working on the engine. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. Right, I need to have an expect for each one of these. So let me just take that list. Can I do this? Can I just paste that list here and form around it the body of this other stuff? So it's not aggro element, it's loot element. And then it's going to be a dot in front, right? And that dot goes in front of all of these names. So if I go down this list, just to get the name of the thing, and then do paste, and then do comma, I'm halfway there, right? So I only need to grab this part and put it on the ends of all these lines. Paste. Okay. Then I need to get the types correct. And also the strings have to be string equal. So which ones are the strings? The name and type are strings. So that's string equal. And their types here, there and there are const char star and there and there, thar and thar are text. Okay. And then I have a decimal floating in there, right? The chance. That is a double. And that type, let me collapse this so you can see better. is real. I feel a little bit bad that my code is so gross that it goes all the way to column whatever the heck I'm on. Column 140. I'm apologizing. My apologies. It's like the store called Going Out of Business. What's the answer? Thank you for trying out my stream. When does the trial version end? Never. You can never leave. Column 140. Exactly. It's painful. I'm sorry about that. The alternative would be for me to break up all these lines and to do this, but then I kind of feel like it's inflating the rows. So I could do that just to show you what's in each row, but then it just makes it so tall. I would rather just make this into an inner table, and instead of just hard coding the type, include the type like I did before. I guess what it is I just get tired near the end of the day, near the end of the stream, and I'm not willing to do more than just get it functionally to work. Okay, so I need the column numbers to be sequential, and this is really where I ought to start thinking about making it a loop and using a loop variable there, but I'm just trying to power through this. I just need path and travel next, right? Because I don't need this anymore. Okay, so I'm going to copy... Actually, I'm going to copy all of this stuff. And I'm going to paste it for path. But it's going to be a lot simpler. We are just selecting step X and Y. Step X, Y from NPC path, where the certain entity, where the entity is a certain number, order by the step. And then we'll have step X and Y for expected path. Or expected step, I guess. Or expected path element? I don't know. Expected path elements. And then I need to copy from what the data had, so let's go find the data. It was up here. Path. Here we go. Need those numbers. Need those numbers right there. Delete that. I'm grabbing just the numbers. Easy peasy, right? Oh, I need to have the step numbers in there. So that's 0 here. And 1 here. And then we just have 3 of these. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So it's step X and Y for fetching column 0, 1, and 2. Done. Oh, and this needs to be path elements. Path element. Done. All right. Get rid of that table. Copy this code for travel. It's the same. In fact, I was considering collapsing those two tables together, but I didn't feel like it was a good thing to do. But they do have the same schema. So I pretty much can just change the names to protect the innocent. So this is travel. And everything else stays the same, except for the data was different. Let's find what the values were. Travel was here. So that goes there. With this replaced, put that there, and done. Okay, and if you thought that was a lot of code to put in a test, that was just the create. Now I have to do the update. Starting to regret your decision to try and get Linux from scratch working. The install guide is 370 pages. What exactly does that mean, to get Linux from scratch? Does that mean, like, to select all of the components yourself and not use a distro? Or does it mean, like, starting with a basic distro like... What was it? Not /dot, was it? There was like a really old basic distribution which just had the bare minimum stuff in it. Why am I thinking /dot? Slackware, that was it, yeah, Slackware. Is that what you mean by Linux from scratch? Taking a basic distro like Slackware and picking the things you want? Arch. Yeah, depending on what distribution mechanism you use, it could be simple and it could be extraordinarily complex to get Linux from scratch working. It depends on what from scratch means. Compiling everything, including the kernel. Oh, including the bootstrapping it. So you have to like build the compiler in stages. You'll definitely learn a lot by doing that, but is that what you want? There's a reason why the install guide for that is 370 pages. There's a lot to learn there. The question is it valuable knowledge? I would find it extremely valuable. That's something that I might actually do for fun. But, you know, I accept that I'm a weirdo, you know. I like things that a lot of people don't like. I like getting to the core of things and understanding it. And what better way to get to the core of Linux than to build it all yourself? The entire project called Linux from scratch. It sounds cool. I wouldn't do it nowadays because I just need Linux to work. I don't need to understand it. I understand enough of it to be happy for now. Okay, so then I have to use the same assert, including all the mess that followed it. And I need that in update. And essentially what we're going to be doing is after creating the NPC, we're going to modify the NPC and verify that the correct updates were done in the database. So we create the NPC from the initial template, and then we're going to overwrite some parts of the NPC. So here's where I get to decide what to do with that. And I need to make sure these numbers are updated because that's the mistake I keep making. Is I copy paste code from one test to another and the entity number is different. And I keep forgetting to go and update it. 23. All right. Yeah, so I'm going to look at the original thing. What can we change out of here? Maybe just grab the whole thing and decide what we're going to do. Oh, this is going to be a mess too because we're going to need to handle creates and deletes of rows in the auxiliary tables. What have I gotten myself into? Why did I do this at the end of the stream and not the beginning? I'm already suffering. All right. Component. I guess we'll just drop aggro from some. So aggro. Let's just reassign it to a new array. Yeah, it's literally we're going to be comparing, is this it? Is this it? Is it? So if I want to handle both create, delete, and update, create would be an extra key, so the next prime number is 11. An update would be in changing an existing thing, so actually no, it's a set, so there's no updates, it's just create and delete. So it would be like dropping one and adding another. As simple as that. All right, that's aggro. Oh, wait. No, aggro needs to have a rank. It's not a set. Damn it. Okay, so that will be an update, and then an add will be another one after it. We can't test both add and create and delete at the same time, so might as well just test create and update there. And I need to go back and fix the schema then. There is a rank here. I forgot about that because keeping the aggro table in rank order is important. So I go back. Or I was doing the where's the aggro? Is that the front, at the first? Here it is. So I need to do rank an enemy. And I need to order by rank. And this needs to be, again, a structure. Struct expected aggro element. That goes there, and then we'll have int rank, int enemy. And each of these, so if I do, take the comma, just take those first three commas, and hit write, delete, enter, and then I go walk, let's put a comma at the end here, walk down here and put that and some number, and then a bracket, and then I put 0, 1, and 2, 3. All right. Then I have to say, we're selecting two things. So element dot rank and dot enemy. Another column. That wasn't so hard. I need to replace that in the other test now, where aggro was right here. Okay, and then I already know I was going to change 3 to 11 and add a 4, right? Which was 13. All right, changing aggro. Let's change one top level thing. So let's change the name, since that's interesting. We're going to change the name. The name used to be George. Now the name is going to be Bob. And then I need to handle what else? Loot was an ordered array again, right? So I should handle, again, deleting, not deleting, yeah, deleting, creating, and updating in that. So internet's fine. Not dropping frames here. It looks like our Wi-Fi might be down. We might be having some internet issues here. I have to stop my stream to restart it. Can you wait a little bit? I'm gonna be ending my stream soon anyway, I think. Yeah, Mrs. Reimer needs me to reset the internet because Wi-Fi seems to be down. Good thing I'm not using Wi-Fi and my stream would have stopped. I am on Ethernet directly into the cable modem. Or into the router. My router's been acting up where Wi-Fi will stop working, but it'll still work on the wired connection. It's frustrating. Okay, so I am going to be changing. I need to find a stopping point soon. This is a mess. I'm not going to get through this all now, but at least I can set up the things we're changing, and then I'll probably call it there. So if I'm going to be, let's modify the first loot to say it drops more loot. So that would be loot element 0 q element 1 is 5. Now instead of 1 to 3 it'll be 1 to 5, right? And then I need to remove one completely or add one. Let's just do a remove. So we'll remove loot 1. Okay, that handles all of it down to here. Should I handle anchor while I'm at it? Because that's an internalized object. Nah, I'm not going to bother. So I have to test these other tables too, right? So I'm going to do a path. Change one of the things in the path, so 0, 1 to change this -4 instead of -3. And let's add another link to the path. So we'll add, just keeping the numbers going, 7, -13 or something like that. All right, and then let me do one for travel. Similarly to path, only here we'll mix it up a bit. Instead of doing an add, we'll do a remove. So remove element 1, and we'll change 0, 0, and I guess make it an 8 or something. All right, and then that's it. So I need to incorporate those changes in the expectation. So I did the aggro one already. I didn't do the name. That was Bob. That goes there. That's the easy one. Then I need to change the quantity of the first loot item and remove the second one. So that's loot right here. Drop the second one. Change this max quantity to 5. Okay, so that's that. Now for path, the y coordinate is -4 and add a new one. So we'll need that one for path. Add a new one. So that's 2, 7, negative 13. Okay, and then the last one was travel. Set the x coordinate to 8 and remove element 1. Remove element 1, set the... Okay, I already forgot. What did I do up at the top here? Why did I set it to 8? Set it to 1. All right. If I can get it to compile, then I'm going to call it here and finish this later. Okay, it won't compile because I messed up something bad. There's a lot of compiler errors starting from here. Oh, because I redefined I? Yeah, so we're reusing I, so I can't redeclare it. Yep. I'm reusing the variable I, so I just need to reassign it. And the same thing down here too, probably. Yep, so reusing the variable I instead of redeclaring it. I actually kind of wish C++ would let you do that and just ignore it. It should say something like, oh yeah, I knew the type was I. You didn't need to tell me about it again. Okay, now where are we running into? Syntax errors all over the place. Oh, okay, it's in the where I put the schema string, so I probably have a syntax error here somewhere. Don't see anything wrong. I don't see the problem. What is it telling me here? 75? Oh, up here? Whoa. That's interesting. How did that happen? Oh, crap. Did I do a search replace that mangled everything? Yeah, maybe. Oh, shoot. Look at that. I did a search replace that completely corrupted this file. So, I'm gonna maybe revert this file. Except for I need that change in it. Let's see if I can do this with git lens. So, file history. Yeah, let's use the git lens here. I just want that add, and I don't want any of the other changes to the file, right? So I don't want any of these changes. So, is there an easy way for me to say revert these changes? I forget how to do this. I know what I want to do. I just want to grab this into the clipboard and unstage the, stage the. Actually, I can do this a lot easier with Git GUI. Git GUI. This file here. Just stage the change I want, which is this hunk. Right? Make sure that's what I want. Looks good, and then I will hit Control J on this. Because this, I mangled it by accident. Look at that. Okay, so then Control J that file. And then unstage that and we're good. Don't need that anymore. Build. Yeah, I did the equivalent of that just with Git GUI's features, I guess. The conditional or the hunk staging, unstaging, and then check it does a checkout. So you stage what you want, then check out the file to abandon unstage changes, and then unstage. Yeah, we have to use the reverse F. Does that mean that I got it to work again? All right, so these are all gonna fail, I think. This shouldn't have failed. I have an exception. Okay, there's probably a syntax error in my SQL. Let's see what it is. Wait a minute, what? Failed to save it, the content is newer. I'm gonna ignore that. Why is there an exception here? Oh, that's a breakpoint. Okay, forget the breakpoints, just go. There's the exception, probably because the statement is null. Yeah, so that statement didn't work. Oh, did I get the name of the table wrong? I did. It's not NPC reward item. I got the name of these tables wrong. It was NPC aggro loot path and travel, right? Aggro loot path travel. Yes. Okay. Had the names of those tables wrong, and I was missing some tables, and that's in 2 places. There's another one up here. Somewhere. Here it is. Alright, cool. So the tests probably are working because the statements are executing. Yeah, it just says that no database row got added. It's basically saying it's done too early, right? The destroys are going to pass because the crates don't do anything, so it looks like it passes because there are no rows in the database tables, but it's only a coincidence because the crate is not working correctly, and we're using that. We're basically, the destroy test leverages the crate. The crate needs to work in order for the destroy to make sense, so we kind of ignore that they pass right now. And so the next work I'm going to do is to actually implement make the changes in the implementation to actually make it so that when we create the NPC through the entity component system, it puts in the rows in the right places so that all these tests will pass. But I gotta reset my internet right now. It's a good time for me to stop anyway. It's past 4 hours. It's the weekend, so we're just gonna call it here and continue this later. This tedious work, maybe I do some of it off stream because it doesn't need to be streamed. I'm doing the same work over and over again until I get all these tables done. So I might just finish it over the weekend or something and then move on to something more interesting. So that would maybe be the goal, either off stream or during the weekend or something. Get the rest of NPC done, get NPC class dialogue and tileset done. And then it would be going on to, oops, I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally made this font size smaller. The only way I know to fix that is to go into this file and find where it says scale 2. Where? Wait a minute. Oh, wrong settings. I need, and actually it should be here. Here it is, zoom level. Set that to 2.5 again. Fixed. Okay. And what I meant to do was go to db-migration. Right. What I'd really like to get to is get this done, and then move on and show step 2, which is that we are able to fetch from SQLite. So that's what I want to get to for the next stream. So I might just do the rest of this tedious work off stream, and just to get to where I want to be. There's also git restore patch file. That's what git GUI is probably doing internally. All right. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to find someone else to raid so that you're not left with a blank, silent screen, which would be sad. I'm going to go get something to eat and hang out in whatever channel we end up raiding. Let's see. You're welcome, The Real Page. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's find out who's someone interesting we can raid and hang out in their channel. Oh, thank you, Cthulhu. You too. And Radon90, you have a nice weekend as well. Everybody, I hope you all have a nice weekend. I'm trying to pick someone to raid. I don't know. I kind of want to raid someone that I'd be okay hanging out in for a while. Maybe we'll just go to Chris's. I raided him yesterday, but I guess we can raid him again. Interested in Rust? He's trying out Rust and WebAssembly at the same time. He also made the overlay above my head. It's Mr. Sir himself, CM Griffing. And we're going to go raid him right now. What happened to my UI? I moved all my buttons around. Okay, there they are. Raid channel. CM Griffing. There we go. We're going to inflate his viewer numbers for a while. I'm pressing the button. Here we go. He raided me today? No, he didn't raid me today. Coding Garden did. Oh, raid Coding Garden. Is Coding Garden going? Really? We could raid Coding Garden. I didn't know he was streaming. Let me look. Indeed. Coding Garden is working on SproutKit. Vue.js components for Twitch chat. I am not following. I will need to raid him and follow him. Let's do it. Adam rated him. We'll have to raid him too. He's also in the live coders team that I'm in, so let's just do it. I'm gonna be raiding Coding Garden because he raided us earlier. We can return the favor. We can return to the Coding Garden. Let's do it. Starting the raid. Okay, my friends. Yeah, raid is going, and I will be back on Monday. My schedule. It's 9:15 a.m. to start, or that's 16:15 UTC. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. I take the weekend off, and I have a little mini weekend in the middle of the week. That's because both working and streaming at the same time is very draining. So I also do off-stream work. I will see you on Monday. Please take care. Have a great weekend, and see you next time. Bye.